Hey guys, GhazzyTV here with a very special YouTube video series, if you will. In this video, I will be uploading both the unedited version of this long process. We're going to level with a build from level 1 in a soul self-fund scenario from Act 1 to Act 10, and that will be up on YouTube. And we're also going to be uploading some TLDR recaps that I'll be recording after each act, which will also be on YouTube momentarily. I'm not sure which one of them you're watching right now, but that's the plan. This process is basically a play with me situation.
Wow.
Where we're going to be showing you guys a build and leveling that from the start up without any twink gear, and basically showing you guys how to level the build. And the build we're going to be playing is Absolution. It is the generic way you're leveling most witch summoner builds. So basically this video or the series that you're about to watch will be able to be used for basically any witch minion build ever throughout the acts. And then after the acts, you can change to whatever build you want to play. But in our case, I'm going to continue playing the actual minion build with Absolution and showing you guys after Act 10 the gear progression into low budget, as well as gear progression into medium budget with a build, an Atlas progression, as well as talk about some currency making farming strategies, and then moving that into a higher budget state. First things first, we're going to go through the acts and play through that, and I'll basically just walk you guys through the ideas and what I'm doing, and you can play with side by side with this video if you want to. All right, so let's just dive into it. Right, so we're going to start with a low budget build guide for this. This build guide is available in the links in the descriptions below. That will show you the entire process that we're doing when it comes to playing the Absolution build. There's a low budget, medium, high, and mirror tier versions in that guide. The guide itself focuses on low budget as per usual, and I'll be showing you the low budget version. So this is the PUB that I'll be running on the side of my screen here, and be looking at that one as we go. Act 1 is going to basically be focused on getting our asses to level 12. At level 12, we'll be looking into getting Absolution and start playing with it. And I'm not going to go in with any special preparation with this, because I just wanted to do this to show you guys how you can do it by just having the PUB up and having generic understanding of the build and the game and play it by that. So basically the plan is at first to, well, get to town, right? If you are playing with a twink character, you can use things like Wanderlust, you can use things like Gold Rim, plus level of fist skill weapons, and you can use Tabula Rasa, and basically the links just means that you can just add more and more attack support gems that increase your damage output and whatnot. And that's about it. So yeah, there we go. Music off. That's fine. That's fine. I just need to have some sort of recording as an intro, because the thing is, we're gonna upload all of this unedited up to YouTube. You're doing Serious Hero style? Yeah, basically. We're not gonna use any leveling gear. We're not gonna take anything from the stash. So basically, what you want to do is loot everything. By looting everything, allows you to sell them for fragments that you can use for basically anything else you want. So in this case, I can sell these items and I'll get some transmutation shards and scroll fragments, which is very important early on. Normally I want to look for a plus like a 3-link wand or something. I didn't get that here. Gem wise, I'll pick that up, but I always miss out and sometimes buy the wrong one, so I always check the right side first. Freezing pulse, we're going to use that, for example. We'll start with that instead of the fireball. So that is a really important note. There's a couple of different things you can do until level 12. One of the more popular ones is to run with the Stormblast Mine setup and Freezing Pulse. So in this case, I will just buy a different one. Actually, I think I had one. And do it like this.
Goodbye.
And then we just move out. The music is not being brought into my VODster, so you don't have to worry about that.
Stench. Just like my sisters. Upon the pyre.
All right, first things first. When it comes to Act 1 in here, there is no reason to kill anything in the coast. Reason for this is that this is a monster level 2 area. Even a blue pack is not worth killing, so all you want to do is just run around and dodge everything. You just want to dodge everything. Overstorm's Onslaught, it's very good, but early on, it's not something you prioritize buying as soon as you can. You can mule the Onslaught if you want to. There are multiple ways you can do this to speed the process up. And like I said before, I'm not going to show you how to do this as a racer. I will try to show you this entire process, more of a casual friendly approach so that people can actually do what I'm doing, because most people won't be able to do the other approach, right?
Boring.
Mudflats got buffed not too long ago, so be very careful with the Roas. As you can see, they can hurt a lot. A good idea is to make sure that you actually kill the... actually hit them as soon as you can before they start charging you. As you can see, they're going to charge me if I don't attack them, but if I attack them like this, I don't have to worry too much about it.
I need more mana.
The same thing here, just make sure you're hitting them. That's about it. And here we go. Just keep going. No leveling gear needed, nothing. Another good idea when it comes to playing the mudflats, it's all about sidestepping and making an attack as soon as you can. This allows you to stay a little bit safer. Portal scrolls are very nice early on, especially if you can get them before moving into the depths, for example, because we can do a little bit of a quicker playthrough from that. The spec we'll be doing, you have a couple of options. You can spec into more spell damage. I normally skip this because level 12 I'll be changing. It also means that I'll have a little bit lower damage output up to level 12, but it's a matter of personal preference. So I will be taking the intelligence nodes according to the PUB. I'm lacking one piece. Same thing here, just sidestep and then keep casting to keep them interrupted basically. That's a rare mask. We'll pick that up. If you have a spare wisdom, which we're going to have very easy access to later, will allow you to get some better stats early on to survive. Blue packs are normally pretty good to kill if you feel that you have the damage. In this case, I'm just going to do this.
And not before.
And we get them down. Right. Expect that. Pick this and go in. So the reason it's nice to get a portal scroll early on is because you don't have to be in a position where you don't have to be in a position where you go into the depth here. You can actually put a portal up at the stairs, and I'll show you that when we get there. Normally I go back to town, hand the shit in. First off, talk to Tarkley, and he has a frost bomb. Frost bomb is what we want. We want a blue socket. We also want the frost blink. If you search and you search for NN, it's the modifier name of a modifier called Runners, which is the lowest tier movement speed. It will actually light up if you get that. In this case, I didn't have any movement speed boots. So our process is go back to Nessa, and in here we can sell items, or we can buy another one. In our case, we will buy another one because we only had a 2 link in there. So we'll do this, put the frost blink in play, and preferably we want another one, but in this case, we don't have another blue socket. And then you can sell items if you need to. In this case, we can sell this, but we're going to keep it because we might want to use it. And always good to have something in the off slot if you don't have anything there else. So we're going to go back to the submerged passage. And then we're going to basically... The idea right now is to get our asses to...
Welcome.
We're going to get our asses to...
Gaz Rock.
What's his face? To the set of stairs, which indicates the continuation of this area, basically. So one of the main focuses right now is we want to get our asses another blue socket item, right? So basically we want to level through, want to move, and we don't have the frost bomb in play right now, which is a bit of a shame. We should maybe even remove our... Jesus Christ, I'm stuck here. There we go. Might want to even do this and removing the Stormblast mine temporarily because of how good the frost bomb is to clear with. You can do this, do a dash, and that explodes, so will basically kill everything. So by doing this, you can actually get a lot of easy kills without needing to stop and kill them, essentially. We're going to be speccing into the right-hand side, and then we're going to go to the left and pick these nodes later up because they will be useful when it comes to Absolution. The set of stairs I was talking about is rather specific. You'll see them here. These set of stairs indicates that above the stair is where you continue to the next area. And that means that the depth the dweller is in the area before that. This allows me to take the set of stairs, and I can then basically get the waypoint in ledge and go back for the dweller that way. It's a little bit fast to do it this way. Poison Seed, thank you so much for 21 months, man. Appreciate that, dude. And Arbol with the 28. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Armor scraps is really good to loot. Same thing with whetstones. They all provide you with the possibility of getting wisdom scrolls, which is something that you definitely need early on. I will try my best not to use any of my currency from my stash. We will be using them later on. Okay. I actually died. Actually, that's a good note. The goatmans are actually very important to keep track of. The goatmen, especially the leaper ones, if you see a big pack like this, just stay as mobile as possible. So, like, for example, what I should have done is maybe skip them even entirely. Or just make sure that you dodge them the best you can. And just keep them slow with your cold damage approaches. And then move on, basically. As you can see here, they're gonna do a lot of damage. It's just all about keeping them at bay, and I want to loot that. That's about it. Leveling, pick up the Arcane's Dominion, because that gives us spell damage. And then we move on. Normally, you kind of want to skip as much as possible and only kill packs that are gathered together, because that makes your uptime or your damage output more consistent, if you will. Another thing to mention when you're leveling is that every time you level, the vendors resets. And since they reset, you're then able to check for movement speed boots. You can also check for the better ones, for example. So again, we check for movement speed, but didn't get any. And now that I took the waypoint back to town, I can then take the portal back to the stairs, right? With the portal back to the stairs, we know for a fact that we're not going to go past the stairs. So I'm just going to check the other sides. And that looks like a potential dead end. We'll see. And it's all about just keeping up speed, right? So this might be a dead end. We'll see. If it's a dead end, it's going to be here on the right side, which it is. So as you can see, the Frostbomb Frostblink is enough to kill most enemies, especially now that I got the Arcane's Dominion. This would have been a little bit easier if I went through the spell damage route on the tree. I'm not doing this to avoid respecking, since we're going to be leveling with Absolution. And now that we got Flooded Depths, I will kill the Depth boss, the Dweller, and then I will log out and log back in, and we have the waypoint to get us back to Ledge instead. So that's basically the play to speed things up. It's a very small difference, but there is a difference nonetheless. So that is why it's being done this way. Again, like I said before, we're not looking to show you guys some sort of racing methods for this. It is just there to show you a generic way of doing this to allow you to play it in an effective way. And everyone can do this. So I'll try to avoid doing specific things like muling things like Onslaught and going with that approach. I'm just going to show you a generic way to do this that most people would do when they play this type of build. Or in this case, a Witch Minion Summoner, right? In this case, we are playing in the Arch Nemesis, so we do want to look at the Arch Nemesis recipes, whatever league mechanic. If it's something that's beneficial to interact with early, we will do that. Another thing to mention is the usage of Flame Totem, or Holy Flame Totem, is actually really good. In this case here, it's actually better to use Stormblast Mines, but since I lack sockets, I don't have access to it right now. So we're just going to have to kill it like this, which is going to be a bit slower than what you should be doing. So again, I'm just going to try to avoid doing too high-end, like, speedy strats from racing point perspectives, and just focus on what is more normal for most people, that what they will be doing. We loot all the blue items and then we log out. Are you interacting with the league mechanic to farm for leveling uniques? I'm not going to stop and farm it now, but definitely going to look into it. Again, check for movement speed. We didn't get anything. Selling the items gives us some more transmutation shards. Now we have 3 transmutations. Hello. So we do this, and now I can see here we got a 3 link. We want that. Gem wise, I can pick up Holy Flame Totem. Support gem wise, nothing really that we want to use. In this case, we can put the Holy Flame Totem in whatever type of shit that we have access to, and we can put these in, and I can finally get my fucking Stormblast back in. Another thing to mention with this is that if we have another blue socket, we kind of want to use Orb of Storms. This helps a lot with damage output in combination with spamming out the Stormblast Mines. Don't have a blue socket for it. So in this case, what you could do is try to look for boots or gloves if you have the money for it. In this case, we have a pair of chain gloves. I'll just pick them up and I'll just do this, which allows me to have that approach. And then leveling wise, again, we're level 7. We're closing in on the Absolution, which is going to make this a lot smoother. Zombies, I'm not going to use that till I'm level 10 because level 10 allows me to get access to vitality. And the zombies will just die and be really fucking annoying, in my opinion. Armor scrap, kind of want that. As you can see, the damage that we're getting from our Overstorms and Holy Flame Totem is kind of covering most things. Something that I like to do is using the Holy Flame Totem versus bosses like Brutus later, is to have Summon Phantasm support on it if you have a blue and red linked. This allows you to get some extra defensive layers of decoys where the minions are going to take care of business for you, which is really comfortable in my opinion. Not something you have to do, but it's nice to keep that in mind that you have the option for it. And I just realized, and I got reminded by chat that I didn't pick up the Quicksilver Flask. That's true. I didn't actually pick up the Quicksilver Flask. You're absolutely correct. Jesus. Oh god. I forgot. Just woke up, boys. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go pick up the Quicksilver Flask, and I completely forgot about that. So let me just do that. Which you should have picked up after you're done with Mud Flats, actually. Nice start, right? Very nice start. Jade Amulet's really good because we're going to be Dexterity Starved either way later on. I can't believe I forgot the actual Quicksilver. Jesus. I usually take the life node first when I do this. I'll probably reset the run. Yeah, but we're not going to reset it. I'm trying to keep this as casual friendly as possible. So when you do the Quicksilver quest, which you're going to be doing right after Mud Flats, just go back to this waypoint and then go in here to kill Hailrick. Hey, what are you doing, man? I'm a little bit tired. I managed to forget to run the fucking Quicksilver, dude. But I'm doing alright, man. How you doing? It's the same process here. Now, we're not going to kill too many, but normally you would have just killed these monsters to get yourself the what's his face? More blue items to sell, portal scrolls, wisdom scrolls, all of that shit, all of that jazz, basically. Can't believe I forgot this. And here's the Summon Phantasm. We need a blue and a red linked for that. Again, you can check if there's any links we want. In this case, there's nothing we really want. We have this set up. We do want the red together with double blues later. So I will take this because that's how we're going to play with the Absolution later on. So I'll just take this and we can level this in our off slot meanwhile. Same thing here. When we level, check for movement speed boots. Nothing. Then we can sell the scraps for wisdom scrolls and talk to Vestal, get the skill point that we got earlier, and then we can move on. Sorry about that Quicksilver. Sour coffee. I already had 2 cups, man. Yeah, this is a little bit better. Little bit better, dudes. Jesus Christ. Leveling 101, get a Quicksilver. Either way. So basically we're gonna skip as much as we can unless it's a big pack of enemies. Items that we want to look for is very specific and rather straightforward. If you can get your hands on a Jesus Christ, hello? If you can get your hands on a higher level, like a better life flask, you definitely want to do that. And killing monsters should in most cases only be done if you are in a position where you have a large pack of enemies that you can comfortably and smoothly kill. First step in prison, go to the right hand side. Now this is a second character for us, so we don't really have to worry too much about this. But on the right hand side is the most common encounter of the This is the most common encounter of the actual what's his face? The lab trial. The lab trial. Why don't you want to kill a lot for most experience? If there's a bunch of enemies, then you kill them. Otherwise, it's normally a waste of time. It's normally a waste of time to kill like one enemy. Like if I were to kill these, they're not going to give me experience because they've been resurrected by the other guy. As an example. Yeah, please not tank these. So unless it's a big pack of enemies, I actually tend to avoid killing them because it's just not worth it. And as you can see here on the right-hand side, that's the trial. Pretty sure it's always on the right-hand side, actually. So now that we were done with that, we would move on. And that rare item should have been picked up as well for vendor purposes. There's a new build. Absolution. We're doing a play with me session. And I forgot to pick up the fucking... Jesus Christ. It's a nice pack. Blue enemies are almost always worth to kill. Just gotta be a little bit careful with them. Hit that. And I think that feels a little bit sketchy. I'm level 9. I'm just gonna move on. Get that life node and move on to the next area. No, it's in the league, but I'm not going to use the stuff I have in my stash. I'm just gonna play it like this. And that's basically it. And then you can interact with the league mechanic if you want to. It's all good. Kill the enemies. In this case, we did pick up a gargantuan. We can pick up a unique enemy here. Hopefully we can get a leveling item. And then just kill it, and we'll see what we get. In this case, we got Wanderlust. Great. That gives us a movement speed. And this is going to be a dead end. And we can pop it again. It was really good with the unique ones when it comes to Arch Nemesis. You have very easy access to leveling gear in general. I will try to avoid it as much as I can. I don't want to use the Tabula, for example. Because we're not sure how the next league will be. But for this one, we're gonna be using Wanderlust at least. That's fine. And again, it's just all about being as effective as you can. You see, this is a big pack of enemies. And the big pack of enemies I can kill without wasting too much time trying to hit several different enemies for attack. I can make sure I hit as many as possible, essentially. And that's kind of the play. If you can't kill a bunch of enemies at the same time, then it's not really worth doing. Otherwise, you're basically wasting time casting your abilities, if you will. So that's kind of the play. Packs of enemies, yes. Single ones, not so much. There's a blue pack there. I should have maybe checked that out. The thing is, I'm level 9, about to hit level 10, and this is a level 9 area. Circ everything down. See, I skipped the last guy because it's not worth it for me to spend the time to kill him. It just makes no sense for me to waste my time on that. So we're just going to keep moving. And we're going to get Brutus in a second here. Alright, we already popped the unique one. So we're going to do this. Pop the recipe here. Get that life node.
When I'm ready and not before.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Interesting. Some of these arch nemesis can actually hurt a lot, evidently. Don't you need mirror to get for endgame? What do you mean? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Actually hard. He was mad as fuck, clearly. Dude. Dude, they actually hurt. I would have died in that in hardcore as well. Jesus. Alright. Alright, so basically we just move on to Brutus. And when it comes to Brutus, this is why we're using the Holy Flame Totem. In this case, I could move around the sockets a little bit so I can add the Phantasm support, which I kind of want because I like having that. So we're going to do the Phantasm support in here, and I'm going to move the Holy Flame Totem in there as well. This allows me to have some extra minions that act as meat shields or aggroing on the actual guy. And basically, as you'll see here, my goal is to just make sure that I have the Holy Flame Totem up to let him do the damage or the tankiness, basically. And I'll just keep my other damages up. And I'll just use my Stormblast totems in this case. And that's essentially it. It would be good if you didn't fucking run out of my fucking shit, though. And be a bit careful with your mana usage when it comes to this, because it's very easy to not run out of your mana flasks when you're doing this. And that is just go ham on it. Make sure you have all your shit up and try to avoid his abilities. Essentially, it's not very hard. And by having the Phantasms as well as your you're slowing your damage, it just helps a lot. Something you want to be on the look for is actually this. The Sapphire Rings helps a lot to tank the Mervilles at the end of Act 1. Ah, yes, here it's new. So you can actually log out, or you can just take the waypoint back to town. Now we can get Flame Dash instead. So in this case, we will be dropping away Frostblink. And we get Flame Dash instead. Now, at this point, there's a couple of things you want to look out for. We are now level 10, which allows us to... First, we check for movement speed boots. In this case, I got one plus, so we're not going to bother. However, in this case, we will be picking up minion damage support because we're going to get ready for this. The other approaches that we're going to do is look at other things that we might want to use. We can have LMP to help clearing with the Holy Flame Totem if you want to. We want to pick up Vitality, assuming you can afford it. In this case, we can. So we pick up Vitality, and we'll also pick up the Race Zombie Gem. Now, we need sockets for this, obviously. So what we're going to look into is getting the access to the colors. You can get this from the form of buying a chest piece or buying a helmet or gloves from the actual vendors. And the idea here is very simple. We are going to stop using Stormblast Mines entirely. Sorry, not Stormblast, but we're going to stop using the Freezing Pulse. And instead, I will be removing my Freezing Pulse entirely. And I want to have the Stormblast Mine. We want to have Race Zombie. The Arcane Surge can stay there. That's fine. Should be over here, and we can put these two gems in this situation here. So we have Flame Dash with Arcane Surge. Not that it matters too much early on. At this point, we can also start using added Cold or added Lightning if you have access to those type of support gems or gems access. Doesn't really matter that much. Outside of that, you can sell transmutes if you're not going to use them. So you can basically split them and sell a couple. I'm going to sell 2 in this case. Gives us some actual wisdom scrolls. What I should be doing is looking into something with more blue sockets than what I have right now. So I'll probably just be on the look for it, but I got some here. I'll put that chance orb on it, whatever, doesn't really matter. We can put the zombies in there, and now I can put the minion damage in there as well, doesn't really matter. However, the reason we're using zombies this way is because it gives us access to keeping our zombies alive with the form of the what's its face? With the form of Vitality Aura. That's one of the main things that's going to help you keep those zombies alive, basically. What you're looking for in the Priest's Gate is this set of this little ledge, if you will. This ledge is going to help you actually get access to everything you need. In this case, we start it up, we get our zombies up. We can have 3 last I checked. Yes, sir. And now we found the ledge, which means we're going to be on the inside of that ledge, which will take us to the next area. And that's it. So now we're only using Stormblast Mines and having our little big AoEs and just resummoning the zombies. They're going to help us stay alive. And the goal right now is just to keep progressing. And as you level up, your zombies will stop dying eventually, thanks to the Vitality auras and them leveling up as well. It's pretty straightforward. Got a Stormbox here, we like that. And thanks to the help with Flame Dash, we now have more access to mobility, so we don't have to wait for the cooldown every time to use our mobility skills. And as you can see, the zombies are still dying, and this will take care of itself automatically as you level. Next step right now is get level 12, and we want to do that as early as we can. So we're about to hit level 11, make sure you get the waypoint. And the goal right now is find the depths, and then get level 12, and then we want to pick that up as soon as we can. So that's essentially it. Get some zombies. You can actually skip using minion damage for them early on and just go with phantasms on them instead. What that does is give them better survivability early on, because early with minion damage that gives them a lot less HP, and that's going to help them survive if you don't use that. And that's basically the gist of it. So we found him. Great. We got a large life flask. We do like the sound of that. So we do it this way. And now we're going to start speccing into minion damage nodes, because at level 12 we'll be playing with minions, right? More so, because minions will be our main source of damage very soon. Once we get to that point, it's all just steamrolling the content from there. We don't really need much to make it happen. It's comfortable, it's smooth, and that's the play. Zombies leveled, we like that. When you level the zombies, it's good to keep track of the max quantity of summons you can have. In this case, we are able to still have now 4 zombies because of the level that we got on the zombie gem. All right, so we found the depths, which is good. We're about to hit level 12, so we do this. Absolution leveling so OP, it is, yeah. Oh, nice, Zero. Nice work, dude. Putting detonate on left click. I hate doing that. It's a matter of personal preference, but I hate it. I'd rather do it manually. There's so many things you can do. You can do this much faster than I'm doing. Obviously, starting with not forgetting the fucking Quicksilver. As an example. But it's like, for me, I think it's important to show people how to do this more of a casual approach rather than Speedy Gonzalez, and make it easier for people to play alongside and actually just level in a smooth and effective way. Even if it's not the most optimal way, you're going to be able to level in a smooth way. And I think that people would appreciate being able to pull it off. Yes, I think a lot of new players, they get this unachievable expectation on them that they're supposed to be able to do content faster than they are able to. So I think it's nice to do it this way. Now that we got the flame, we're going to actually not go back to Fairgrace because the waypoint's very close to him. So our goal is to hit level 12. I didn't hit level 12 right now. So I'll do it here, killing those, and then I will go into the cavern. And by going in here, I now have achieved the quest chain to allow me to pick up Absolution, which requires level 12 to be used. I port back to town, and now we're going to play Absolution. And this is where our damage is going to be getting better and better, and it'll be even better as we move forward. So in here, we don't get to choose it from here, so we're going to pick up the Flesh Offering. And then we go to Purchase, we go to Absolution. Down here, which costs a transmutation orb. We're going to use that gem, and then it doesn't really matter. We have minion damage. However, we want to have any of these, and I can tell that I have a red, blue, which is going to be minion damage, and we're going to pick out the added lightning damage. So in this case, I will basically take this weapon that we now prepared. We're going to put Absolution in there, added lightning and minion damage, and this is the ability we now will be using. I kind of like using the idea of the Holy Flame Totem still for decoying. So what I'll do is instead of this setup with the Flame Dash, I will take this other red one and I'll put this in, and I want to use Summon Phantasm with the zombie still, and we're just going to change these gems around, and we'll do this, and this allows me to still have the Flame Dash. We don't need the Frost Bomb anymore, so we can basically completely neglect the existence of that. Overstorms is nice if you get an onslaught for it, which I don't have right now. So that's basically the things you can play with at this point. So I'm going to take these away, flesh offering somewhere, put that whatever keybind you prefer, and we can still only have 4 zombies. I have a whetstone. We sell that for transmutation orbs. And again, if you don't have movement speed boots, you check the vendor, type NN in the search bar, check for the boots. There's nothing there. And then we move on to the ship graveyard. We go back for this since we got the flame for Fairgraves. We're now going to go back to him. We saw him earlier, so he's going to be on the right-hand side.
Please understand.
Here's the particular reason you're doing this channel so often, or just for convenience. I'll be using my currency later. What's really important with this stage that we're in right now is we want to look for bigger life flasks, but also mana, because mana might be a problem later on. Make sure you pick up rare items. And now that we're done here, we can actually log out and log back in. And now we can pick up the rewards for Fairgraves and then take the waypoint into the caverns as we move to Mervale. So we do this. If you have enough wisdom scrolls and you don't need transportations, identify the rares to vendor them. In this case, I'm going to hold on to this because we might want to use that versus the boss later. We don't want to equip a chest piece early because of the fact that it will slow our movement speed down. So I'll only equip it when I get to the boss to get a little bit tankier for the boss fight itself. And then we just keep going. The thing is, it's going to be a bit sluggish early on. As you can see here, we're going to get our minions out and we're just going to play like this basically. And the only thing we're throwing out is extra damage from our minions. We're going to toss out the Orb of Storms. We're going to toss out the Holy Flame Totem. And they're all going to act as decoys for us with Phantasm support on them. Not super important if you don't have the links for it. The important links are obviously the Absolution, which is your main source of damage. But keeping track of your mana is very important. If you have the sockets, you could run a lower level Clarity. And when I say lower level, I mean don't level it all the time. Just make sure you have it running in the background so that you have that extra mana region, which can help a lot versus Mervale specifically. So this is basically the initial start. And this is how I leveled in the league start with this character and my Meixsell build as well for that matter. Now that we have good enough damage, we can actually look into running some of these recipes if you want to. Normally, I would just focus with the Arch Nemesis on the unique ones, obviously, for the leveling uniques, which I won't be doing too much. As you can see here, before I pop a box, I will just make sure that I have all of the temporarily like side damage out on the field, which basically is the totem and my Orb of Storms, so that they are there. Leveling wise, now we have 2 choices. We can go for life nodes. Normally you don't go life nodes, and especially in softcore you don't go life nodes very early on because you want to focus on as much damage as you can. Our main source of damage will be here on the left hand side, so basically I can choose to go up here, which is the extra zombies and minion life, which is what I will be doing. So I'll be picking up Lord of the Dead first, and after this I will actually rush into Sacrifice, which will help our minions stay alive. I'm afraid I don't do price checks, sorry sir. I'll have to check the markets. And then our focus right now is get our asses to Mervale's lair. In here, if you have portals, place 1 extra, equip a chest piece if you have. Belt wise, you want to prioritize trying to find a strength belt so we don't need that stat. And now it's just all about killing this. Be very careful with your mana usage, so don't overuse your mana flask. Only use it when you need to. This will keep it safer for you. Now we only have 1 mana flask because I tossed the other one out. So just keep track of the mana, and as you kill more enemies, you'll get more mana charges as well either way. And then stay away from that. And this is why the cold rest is very important and can help a lot. In softcore, like I said before, why we don't really focus too much on getting life nodes is because you're fine with dying. It doesn't hurt you at all to die, and therefore you can actually just body rush these things if you don't feel comfortable with the fight, or if you're new to them and all those aspects. The tip with this fight is actually to stay close to the boss, then she won't shoot the projectiles on you, which deals less damage, which makes it a little bit easier. And that's basically the gist of it. It's a very simple, straightforward fight. Surger down, core ring's not bad, pick up the rare items at least. In this case, I will do this, I'll throw that ring out, and we move on. And now I tend to keep the chest piece on. Races probably wouldn't. And as you can see, we've gotten levels on other things, but our golems, sorry, our zombies are actually dead. So I'll try to get some of my zombies out, and I can tell that I have 4 zombies as my max count. That's basically it. It's not much harder than this. Creative life loss, thank you very much. We do want that. And then we're just gonna live off our damage from our minions. Our minions will deal with everything at this point. So what's really cool with this build is that as you level up, you'll get tanker because we've neglected life nodes entirely. We haven't really focused at all on gearing. I'm just playing with what we've found and haven't really done anything else with it. And that's about it. At this point, we're going to need more strength eventually. Because of this, I want to try to make sure I get a heavy belt. However, you can go in and do the side quest that's next to the next area to get a rare belt. Normally, when I level fast in softcore, I don't do that quest, but that is one way to either get a second Quicksilver flask to speed things up, or you can go for a rare belt if you feel that you need the stats, or if you feel that you want to try it out. Go for it. I tend to avoid it in softcore and just keep pushing instead, because it's okay to die in softcore, and I don't really care that much about it. So I will not be doing it. The side area is basically a cavern that you can find in this specific area in Old Fields. It is recommended to do. A lot of people that are going for speedy runs, they tend to pick up the second Quicksilver doing that rather than a rare heavy belt. In my case, we're just going to ignore it altogether. Level wise, we're going for this, which will grant us another zombie. So now we have 5 zombies, and these zombies, together with the inevitable usage of Herald of Purity, which requires strength, which is why I want the heavy belt, will allow us to create meat shields that not only act as defensive layers for us, they also provide us with the idea of actual damage output, but meat shields is the main purpose of them. Will 50x cover this build at start? Oh, you can do this all self-on. Like you don't need currency to play this build early on at all. That's what I'm showing you. And the low budget investment is like nothing, like a tabula. You self-farm it if you need to. So you don't need anything. This is going good so far? Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to keep track of the chat and walk people through the process and what I'm doing. Obviously, I failed at the start not picking up the Quicksilver. It feels fucking sad, man. But whatever. It's all about the casual approach and having fun with it, right? And showing how you can do it in a somewhat effective way. So now that we've done with Mervale, what we want to look for in this act, I'll maybe make a quick TLDR or actually make a mark here. So what's really important when you get to Act 2 is that instead of cold res rings that we wanted for Mervale, we now want to prioritize lightning resistance. The reason for this is because a lot of the content in Act 2, but also in Act 3, comes in the form of lightning damage. So we want to make sure that we start picking up lightning resistance rings. There's a couple of other things you can do in terms of damage output and whatnot, but I'll try to keep this as simple and baseline as possible. So the idea is for us in Act 2, but also in Act 3, is to look for resistance gear. And Act 3, we're also going to be looking in, or the later Act 2, we also want to look in for the idea of getting ourselves a 4-link eventually. And we're going to be getting some heralds, which will be in the Herald Purity, to give us a layer of defense. Not so much for damage, because Absolution already does a significant amount of damage and makes it smooth. So what we want to do is create layers of defense for us that will act by themselves, where we don't have to care. This is why we took up the quick recovery nodes for some extra mana regions. So we don't have to think too much about mana being a problem for us. And eventually we're going to stop using the Orb of Storms as well, and just focus on keeping up a we're going to keep up with using a the Holy Flame Totem with Phantasm. We don't really need that later on either as well, but again, it's all about creating layers of defense for us, because Absolution has a tendency for us to not provide a lot of defense if we don't get minions summoned. Tree-wise, so far, we spec'd into Quick Recovery, then we picked up Enduring Bond, and then we went for Lord of the Dead to keep our minions alive. Next step right now is Strength and Dexterity, being very important to keep track of, which is why we have a Heavy Belt and why we have Jade Amulets. We also want to make sure that we get in here to pick up Retribution, the HP nodes, as well as Sacrifice and Spiritual Command. After this, we will actually be going during Act 2 and 3 into the Purity of Flesh to get the minion damage nodes. Later on, you're going to have to respec out of those 2 nodes further down the road. That's one of the few, very few nodes that we're gonna have to respec on. So again, Act 2, focus on getting the link sorted, get your Herald of Purity. That's why we're starting with the Chamber of Sins to get the Heralds, which will be Herald of Herald of Purity, and a Skitter bot for more damage output, and look for lightning resistance approaches. All right. I'm gonna try to keep those TLDRs just a minute or two, otherwise the videos, the recaps will be so fucking long. What's that, Beast? What's all? Welcome in, dude. What the fuck? That's the door. Give me a second, guys. Sorry about that. The boys from the landlords fixing the drain in the shower. Perfect. So basically, when we get to this point, we just focus on moving forward with focus on the lightning resistance because of the Act 2 and Act 3 with the way they work, and we just move forward with it. So in this case, we want to get level 16 for the Herald of Purity, right? That adds us a couple layers of defense that we can play with. Love the builds, follow new as new player, super easy to understand and follow. I'm glad you liked it, dude. Alright, so basically this is one of the reasons why we want layers of defense and why we want lightning resistance. As you can see, he's barely touching us. Reason for this is because we have Herald of Purity, Herald of Race Zombie and Absolution. Jesus, I can't even speak today. Sorry, I didn't know they were going to send the people already. It was actually really good. We couldn't actually shower in there. So get that sorted. So basically, we don't get Herald of Purity from the quest reward, which is why it's important I get alteration. You get this for selling the actual rare items identified, which is why that's important to identify before we vendor them. However, we're going to want Desecrate so that we can guarantee the outcome of summoning corpses with Flesh Offering for boss fights. However, that requires dexterity, which is why we want the Jade Amulets. In this case, we sell these, and then we go to Gina, and she will sell us Herald of Purity right there. Now we need to make sure that we can use this. You can support Herald of Purity with damage supports. We're not going to do that. The other gem we want to buy is Skitter Bots. So we're going to pick up Skitter Bot whenever we can afford it, which costs an alteration. And then we move forward. Daniel, thanks so much for the 12 months resub, dude. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. 12 months already? Jesus Christ. Time just flies, doesn't it? League starts tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not going to use any leveling gear. Just showing you guys how it's done. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. Hope you're doing well, man. There's a reason why not a lot of people play Arc Inquisitor. They have a lot of defense and crit paths. It's just better options, I guess. Superior medium flask, we don't need that. Keep track of the zombie count. Still have 5. Good shit. We're about to hit the level 16, and that's when things are going to get a lot easier for us to manage, because we're going to add several layers of defense with this, and we're going to start using the auras. So make sure at this point that you have the sockets that you need for this, which is rather important to keep track of consistently as you do this. Waypoint here, it doesn't really matter unless you die. Luma with a Prime sub for 4 months. Thanks so much, sir. Appreciate it, dude. What about using Wrath later on? Not really worth it. As you're leveling, the purpose of what we're doing is setting you up so it doesn't matter if you're doing a ton of damage or if you're in a position where you have super good gear or anything. The idea is to create layers of defense for you. So at this point, we can verify that we're not going to need Arcane Surge. We don't need Holy Flame Totem either, for that matter, because now we're going to be adding the idea of using Skitter Bots. So we put that in, get the Skitter Bots in. And we're also going to get Herald of Purity in. We'll put that there. And we'll do this. Now, however, look at our mana. If I turn off Vitality, that's a big chunk of our mana. Now we have to be a little bit careful with how many times you're going to level Vitality, which is why we're going to start with speccing into Sacrifice to keep our minions alive. So we don't have to trust the Vitality to keep them alive. Yep. Give me a second, boys. I'll be back. Sorry about that break. All right, let's move on. All right, so we kill this one. We move on. I apologize for that little mini break.
I need more mana.
So in this case, as you can see, the mana is starting to be an actual problem. So what I tend to do is I tend to let my minions do the work and not use the abilities too much by keeping track of how many minions I have. And keep track of how many zombies you have out as well. Make sure you loot the rare items to identify the cell for more alterations if you need, right? We're loving this, so good. Yeah, I mean, it's super comfortable to level this. Identify them as long as you have the alteration for it. Now we have access to Desecrate. Make sure you put that in a comfortable keybind. And in this case, we're going to move on. As you can see, we've done this now. Next step would be to go to Crossroads and go into the right-hand side to get the lab. I'm not going to do that in this playthrough, but you're going to want to have the lab stuff sorted. As you can see, we're level 16. The next area level that we just did was 16, and this would be about the same as well. That's very funny, Lanky. So we move to the riverways. Sorry about the break. I had the guys help me clean the sewer drinks. It's like it's a cast iron drain in the shower. I'd never seen that before, but they showed me how to do it now, so now I know what to do. So as you can see with our minions, we have quite a few minions being in our army right now, and what's really good with this is that they provide a layer of defense for us, so we don't have to worry too much about it. However, you see rare enemies like this can still be kind of scary because they tend to kill our minions. This will take care of itself later on. But as you saw earlier, we talked about the mana issue presented to us, so I'm using my mana flask, right? What I will be doing, however, now is I will not level the vitality. So instead of left clicking this, I will right click it. This will allow me to put that level down here instead, so I don't actually level the ability. This is because the vitality is going to lose a lot of value, and because of it losing value, I will now be in a position where the nodes in the tree will take over the actual defensive scaling of our minions, and I shouldn't need to have a higher level of vitality. I'll still keep it because it's a nice layer of defense, but I don't want that to interrupt my the play of my mana too much. Tree-wise, move up here, get your minions tankier, and this will then take care of itself. And all of what we're doing is just ramping up the defensive scaling. This allows us to have a meat shield of armies in front of us that will take care of most things and not die very often at all. They will still die, it will happen, it's just not that often. And after this, we're going to go down to pick up the life nodes, and then we're going to rush for more damage on the far left side of the tree. It sounds so real. I know. What's really good as well with going out on the left-hand side to take these nodes is that we get access to the aura reservation nodes, which will help a lot as well in terms of keeping ourselves sane with the mana play. And this is why it's important to keep 1 or 2 mana flasks. I tend to have 2, but I got a decent mana flask, so I'm just going to keep 1 right now. Just the in-game play. I'm just going to show you the gear progression of everything,
Need more mana.
of how it's done. Something that you can do in Act 2 as well is change your added lightning support for an actual proper damage support, such as preferably not control destructions, but later on physical to lightning is what we're going to go for. I'm pretty sure you have to go for the physical to lightning is in Act 3 library. Till then, you can actually use something like control destructions or elemental focus. I have a tendency of keeping added lightning. Is control destruction prevents crit, which allows shocking, and elemental focus disables shock entirely. So I have a tendency of keeping added lightning just to have that extra shock value out of the build. As you can see here, the single target damage is quite extensive. We have so many minions working as an army for us. I got a second Quicksilver, so I'm just going to do this. It could be wise to keep large life flasks like this, because if you sell 3 of them, that upgrades to another flask. Here's another tip for you. As you run through the road, you'll see that over here, the road is cut into small pieces, some debris. This means that the actual bandit will be here, and that means that the spider will be on the other side. So I'm going to start with the bandit, and we're killing all of them. And we move on. Get some minions up, and as you can see, we have everything. Our zombies died there to those suiciders. Put this up,
When I'm ready,
get that sorted, kill her. Get your zombies back up. Just make sure you have your 3 absolution minions, and once you have those minions up, you can do whatever you want, to be honest. Oops, that was bad. Get that back up. My bad. And then we can spec into more defensive nodes for the minions, and they'll just take care of it. You don't really have to think much with a build like this. It's just so comfortable to play with.
Never let the power go.
Add a lightning, cold spray isn't that bad nowadays. True. Very true. Very true. Now that I've killed this, we're going to move on to the spider. To the spider. So we're looking for spider web in the trees. As soon as you see spider web in the trees, you'll know you're heading the right way. Pretty sure it's going to be upwards. As you can see now, there's spider webs on the trees. That means I'm heading the right way. And here's the pathway to the Weaver's Chamber. And we move on, basically. I actually leveled the vitality, didn't I? I did, yeah. So as you can see, our mana pool is getting tighter and tighter. This is why we don't want to level the vitality. You can actually disable the vitality entirely later if you so wish. So again, as you can see, we have layers of defense. Our minions are taking up all the aggro. I'm barely getting attacked. This is all thanks to the massive amount of minions that we're playing with. I can pop this and just keep going. Get a Chaos Sword. We're rich. Fucking hell, that's amazing. Make sure you do check once, by the way. Now I don't need these because I have the upgraded ones. Ones like this can actually roll with a level of physical skills, which is actually really good, but also a level of lightning skills. And all of those will allow you to have both of which scales to your damage. Yeah, I know, Kaka. Weaver's Chamber in here. All we do is on this fight, stay close to the boss. And if you have access to it, pop your offering, in this case Flesh Offering, for more damage output. Keep hitting the minions. The reason we stay close to the boss is because if you go away from it, he will actually start shooting projectiles, and the projectiles hurts a lot. When I say a lot, I mean a lot. So basically just hug the boss, tank it if you have to. Your minions will most likely aggro anyways, and just stay behind him if you have all your minions out. So in my case, for example, we have all our minions out, and therefore we're just able to kill the clearing everything here and go to the boss wherever he went. I don't even see it. The middle. And now I just want to stay behind the boss, basically get my offering out and just keep staying on top of it. Loot the shit, log out, log back in. And now we're gonna go to the Northern Forest. Pretty smooth. Same thing here, just sell your shit if you have it. In this case we have that shit. If you look at support gems, we can get faster casting, which we can actually use for our flame dash if we have the sockets for it. We do, so I will actually do that. The other support gems, like I mentioned, elemental focus and control instructions, they're nice, don't really need them. Predator is only a single target, not something we're going to be utilizing early on. So in this case, I'll just move the auras around and put faster casting if you have the sockets for it. Not something you need to focus on. If you don't have a Jade Amulet or Heavy Belt, you can buy that from Yena. Just make sure you checked it out. Heavy Belt here. You have a Jade Amulet. In this case, I have an Alk Orb. We could, in this case, start alking our gear if we feel that we need the defense. If not, go to Riverways and head up north. That's it. So basically, the entire leveling process of a build like this is very smooth. It's just about getting to the point where your minions are going to take over your progression for you. And once the minions are taken over, it's very hard to fail on this. Very simple. So I have my minions out. We're looking for oak right now. Again, we're going to kill all of the bandits. So as you can see, we're not going to have any problems with keeping minions alive. So we have the continuations. That's the waypoint. And we're going to go find oak. Leveling up. We got sacrifice now. This should allow me to take away vitality entirely. We can try it if you want to, but right now we don't have that much of a problem with mana, so I'm just gonna leave it in for now. And then we go kill oak. We go in here, get the overstorms out, kill him. Same thing here. If you want him to not move as much, just stay on top of him. Get your offering up when you have mana for it, and just keep going on him. That's about it. As you can see, you have so many minions that he's very likely to attack your minions more so than attacking you. And then he dies. Pick up the amulet, rare item, pick it up, make sure you identify it. You can actually use it, but I don't have the sockets for it. So in this case, we can actually log out since we did get the waypoint. So we hand these in to Aramis, I think it's called. Get your skill points. Aramir, sorry. Get that done. Skill point. In this case, we're moving into the left-hand side for Spiritual Command. Now we're going to move out here to get more damage in our reservation. Next point. Move. Oh, wrong one. Going to the Northern Forest and move from there. It's the high budget Absolution PUB update for 3.17. It should be, yes. All of the PUBs in the build guide that we have in the exclamation mark guides are updated. Should be a dead end here, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a lot of damage. We could go for life notes. I might actually do that. Actually go for life notes. Because as you can see, we're getting to the point where when we don't have our minions, we're taking a bit of damage. So we want to fix that. Mana is becoming a problem, so I will turn off my vitality now to see how that feels. One thing you want to take a look at right now is just keep track of how much your zombies are dying. Is it dying too much? Just get the vitality back in. When the gem levels, don't level it up. So when you level, you get more mana to use, but try to keep it open so you don't have to worry about it too much. And we just keep moving. As you can see, damage is not a problem. We can just steamroll on the shit that we have. Pretty straightforward, to be honest. Oh, that's gonna hurt. What is that? Extra life? Extra fire damage. Rare item, pick it up for alterations. Very important. Couple of things to think about. You kind of want to have an Alcor later. You're also gonna want a Chance Orb for gems in Library Act 3, which is where we get Feeding Frenzy. We're also going to be picking up Physical to Lightning, which is one of the big things for Absolution's damage outputs, to turn all of their damage into lightning damage. What's up, Moose? How you doing, man? We're not really speeding it. We're just going to be showing you a generic approach of leveling it, just to keep things as close to what most people would experience as possible. So in this case, I'm going to go down for the actual life notes because I felt like I was taking a bit too much damage. Level the gems. Still can only have 5 zombies. Dead end. Grand life. Can loot that. Charge recovery. We can do this instead. You don't really need to level the Desecrate gem either. It alleviates some pressure on dexterity early on as well. You don't really need to level that. Act 3, I believe it is, we get Convocation. Once we get Convocation, things will go really smoothly. Always make sure you do essences. They can help a lot early on with getting you better gear. As you noticed, we're kind of short on defensive stats in general. As you can see right now, my mana is becoming a problem. And in this case, we're going to be just taking the belt and just use the essence that we just picked up. Get that. Great. We got some extra HP and rest. And move on. And that's basically it. No, Absolution's been strong since they buffed it with 412% or whatever they did. It was crazy. Absolutely nuts. Same thing here. Just keep going. Get a bigger mana flask. We'll take that. So it wasn't doing much before. And it's just all about just moving forward. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Just keep pushing. When it comes to the lab, that's actually a good thing to think about as we're moving closer to Act 3. Lab-wise, I tend to skip the first lab, and I will do the first and second lab back-to-back later on. Because the first lab doesn't give me that much, but the second lab will be very, very noticeable in how much it provides in terms of power to this character. That's when we pick up our natural strength, which is going to be a huge change to the build.
Too much clutter.
So in this case, we do have trash gear, right? If you look at our socket colors, we could make some changes depending on what we get. The gloves here gives me not much, some strength. Not really gonna bother then. In this case, I've decided that I don't need my vitality anymore, so I'll just toss it out so I don't think about that socket. Because my zombies are staying alive, and I'll pick up the big node. I won't take the extra node, but I will take the first node. Gauntlet build viable? Absolution is not very tanky early on. If you can make through the Gauntlet with Absolution, sure, then I think it can work fine. But you're gonna want to make the build tankier early on if you want to play the Gauntlet with us. I don't think that Absolution is very good early on in hardcore, but you can do it if you're comfortable and experienced with the build. That would be my take, to be honest. Let's see, we are level 21. We're about a level behind the area, which is actually preferable. If you're like 1 or 2 up to 3 levels below the area, the level that you're playing in, that's usually where you want to be. Minions, however, scales very well with level of the gems, which means that the lower level you are behind, unlike spell builds that can actually thrive by just sorting that through the tree, it has an easy time with that. But minions kind of want to have the levels. Absolution, however, does enough damage to be able to be a bit under level without that being a huge issue. As you can see right now, I'm not casting more than once or twice per pack because my minions are now actually dealing with the damage, and this will just escalate as you progress through the acts. The faster and higher level you get, the more effective your minions will become in comparison to your power level or to your character level, because this basically just ramps up very linearly. To the point where your minions is just going to skyrocket in efficiency, and it's quite cool to see because the higher level you get, it's not like everything gets easier. It's just that you barely have to do anything the higher level you get, as your minions just takes over that entire role from you. Right now, me shooting Absolution on the enemies is actually doing noticeable damage. Later on, your Absolution damage will be completely fucking useless to look at. Completely useless. Alright, so we're just gonna keep moving. At this point, we're level 21 in a 23 area. This time we're about the levels. We're still about a level behind, which is really, really good. A grand life flask, do we need that? We don't, so we can toss it out, or we can keep it for the recipe with 3 life flasks to make a bigger one further down the road. So now we got the big life node. The goal right now is to move into actual better minion damage and RRS evasion, as well as the big juicy life nodes on the left hand side called devotion. Check your zombies, still only have 5. Good, so we're all on par with everything. We move on. Right, chain the helmet scale, such a boosting clear. That is big boy 1. Loving this build. Second time around, nice day, dude. It's a matter of personal preference which you prefer. Some maps and some playstyles prefer chain, for example. Sorry, pierce or fork even. You should actually give fork a try as well. I haven't done that yet. I probably should. But I want to focus on this project that we're doing right now. Blue packs, kill them. We've reached the point now with this build in terms of leveling that it's worth killing blue packs for the sake of experience and loot and bigger packs. But for the most part, I will just skip as much as I can and just focus on moving forward, essentially. That's awesome, North Solos. And if I get medium or large, no, it's actually the same as all time. It's forever small, Boogie. Pre-cast your shit, and then go ham on casting this. You'll summon your minions. Once you have your minions out, everything's kind of fine. Be a little bit careful again, like I said before. Be careful using your mana flask in encounters like this, or you're gonna run out, and that's gonna be feeling really, really badly, really bad. So only use your mana flask if you know you're going to be spamming it till the mana flask is run out. So in this case, you can see my mana going down. I'm not even going to bother casting it until the boss spawns. That's when I'm going to cast a few times and then pop the mana flask, essentially. And then we do this. Going to be an easy kill. Pop mana flask. Kill the boss. Oh, Jade Amulet. Right. We equip that no matter what it is. Doesn't matter. It's still going to be better. If you don't have movement speed boots, make sure you loot all the bows stuffs. And in this case, we have whetstones, we have armor scraps that gives us this. We have some extra transmutation. Identify before you vendor them. Get some extra value out of it. And then head back to move forward to Act 3. So the reason why we're keeping over storms, it's nice for onslaught approach, but that's about it. Nothing big, to be honest. As you can see, we have our minions. We don't really have to cast much, so I'm only casting like once or twice per pack. get into the midst of everything. In this case, I can even start using my offering once I know I have all my minions out. And once my minions are killing things, I can start speccing out here to get to the next point. Talk to Clarissa and move forward. As you can see, the damage is just absolutely beautiful at this point. You missed the way forward passive. I know. I'm going to do a TLDR recap of what's to expect in the next act here now. I didn't need the passive essentially, but you can pick it up if you need to. Doesn't really matter in the end, like when you pick it up. So at this point, we're getting 10 intelligence for that, so it doesn't really matter in the end. All right, so I'm going to make a quick TLDR. All right, so now that we've reached Act 3, the process has been very simple. We have our Skater Pots, we have our Herald of Purity, we drop the Vitality to ease up on mana, and we're running a 3-link Absolution with added lightning damage and minion damage support. We have Herald of Purity without support gems, and we do have the Race Zombie linked together with Summon Phantasms. This is going to be linked with Feeding Frenzy later to give ourselves, our minions, even more damage output. So that's a current stat that we did in Act 2. However, in Act 3, similar to Act 2, we want to focus on trying to see if we can either purchase or find ourselves another Topaz Ring, because a lot of damage in Act 3 from both Piety and Dominus, and both versions of Piety for that matter, allows you to be in a position where you want lightning resistances to make sure you don't die to that. Other than that, the main goal right now is actually looking for a 4-link. And later, when we get access to the library, we want to pick up Feeding Frenzy, but also physical to lightning support gem for our Absolution. At this point, you can actually start looking at the vendors, because the vendor can now start selling 4-linked items, which is something we definitely want to be looking into. So as you level up, just make sure that every time you're in town that you check that out. And we're just going to keep progressing. We will skip the lab with this version. It doesn't give us that much power. Mindless aggression gives us a little bit of movement speed, 30% minion damage, and 10% cast attack speed. I don't feel that that is significant enough to stop and do the lab. You can if you want to. It's not bad to do. I have a tendency of skipping it to just focusing on the axe and doing normal and cruel lab, which gives us our natural strength, which is a huge damage increase. So again, what we're looking for is a 4-link, doing library quest, and focusing on getting lightning resistance, and that's the focus in the Act 3. And then we're going to see what happens in Act 4 moving forward. We're also going to pick up Convocation in Act 3. All right. Yes, I have a level 92 Witch, and I want to play a build that can delve. Any idea what to play? I don't know which builds would be good for delving with witches at this point. CI Vortex, CI Cold Snap would work, I guess. Change of Command to some degree, I guess. I don't know. Our Akali's would probably work really well as well, I guess. Wouldn't actually be bad to do our Akali's Fang, to be fair. I'm not a big delver myself, so I'm kind of the wrong person to ask delve questions to be honest. Either way, we're going to keep moving forward. Like that guy. So we're going to move up here. As you can see, the mana is now easier, but our minions are not dying. And this is because we got that sacrifice node and the minion life nodes leading up to it, which is actually carrying the survival. That's a Topaz Ring. We want that. So in this case, I will use the Alcor on it, and I'll just vendor this one. And now we have double Topaz Rings, which is what we want. Quick questions. I've been following the stream with no sound until now. Are you going to adapt your currency making strategy for your build, or are you going to incrementally improve your gear with the currency you currently have? Both. I will show you currency farming strategies with the build, and then I will be I'll be using the currency that I have instead of spending the days or whatever time it takes to make the currency using those strategies. I will actually just use the currency I have, but I'm going to show you the farming strategies with it first. So we're basically going to speed up the process to show you the entirety of the progression, instead of showing you, showing me farming it, because that might take a few days, right? Again, in here, you want to make sure you get the lab trial, so you have access to it. Once you're done with that, we're going to look for Piety. Very straightforward. Make sure you keep your minions up. Check your zombie count. In this case, still 5. It hasn't leveled. And we just keep moving. That's a dead end. So we move forward. Or actually, rather back. Blue pack. Kind of want to kill that. We've reached the point where we no longer have any use for Orb Storms, for example. We would have had use of Orb Storms if we were running something like an Onslaught on it. We didn't mule that, so we're not going to. Instead, we will keep moving forward, get our minions going. Main things to look for, like we talked about earlier, 4-link, as well as Convocation and Physical to Lightning. That's a 4-link, blue, blue, green, green. Not really what we wanted. Instead, what we want to do is have a ton of blue sockets. You could have added fire because they do physical damage. I'm not a big fan of it, but the plan is to get as many blue sockets as possible. Acta once? No, I only had one Alcor, and I chose to run that on the ring I wanted because we're going to use that for some time. In this case, now we have enough mana to actually use Desecrate to guarantee the application of us having Offering. As you can see, the damage is significant enough to deal with this. Don't waste a portal. Log out when you looted the item. Tier 60 viable, a little no investment. Yeah, you can do it with a tablet. I'll show you. I'll show you the entire process. So Maramoa, she now gives us the availability of getting Convocation. We're going to want that badly. This is where I'm going to stop using the Orb of Storms entirely. There's no reason for us to have it. So in this case, I'm just going to add that in here. Convocation will speed up the leveling process significantly for this. And then we're going to talk to Clarissa. So she's going to hand us the keys.
Watch yourself.
And then we're going to move all the way back in now. Save Alex for a library gem. Purchase and use weak as a ring. Yes, you can do that as well. Definitely. ABSOLUTION Soul 7, nice to see you doing PVM. It's such a good build. Oh yeah, for sure. It's a great build. Great build. It's all about keeping track of a lot of different things. That's like the only tricky things when it comes to minions is that there's so many things you need to keep track of, right? So many things you need to keep track of. So in this case, we have a ton of different minions, but once you get the hang of it, it gets very easy. Because most of it will just happen automatically. But you need to get to the point where you learn what to look for and when to look for it. Which I hope this video, this series that we're doing right now, will help alleviate. First off, there's going to be one bust on the left-hand side at any given time when you enter the sewers. So you go in, get the left side bust. Utilize Convocation offensively. We don't care about defenses. If our minions dies, that's perfectly fine. That's a lot of HP and rest. We're going to want to hold on to that item. Guess we're going to change this. It's a chunk of HP and a chunk of resistances. Once you have gotten the left bust, always move back and then upwards. That will get you to the waypoint. And in here, I don't know what else to look for. It's I always get messed up here. So if you get one early on, great. The second one will either be on the right-hand side or towards the exit. So I always prioritize looking at the right-hand side. And now we got it. And once you've gotten this, again, Convocation, use it offensively. Great life flask, great. So we do this. Now we have a bigger life flask. Now I can actually sell the other life flask next time I'm in town to get a second giant life flask, which is just helping us get to that higher level life flask scenario or stage with our character, if you will. Because I saved that flask we dropped earlier. So we just keep moving. It doesn't really matter what you're killing. At level 24, all about to hit 25 in a 26 area. So there's no reason for us to kill everything. Since I'm on par with levels, like 1 or 2 levels below the area, it's not a bad thing. It's actually favorable. So because of that, I won't be killing everything. The only reason I'm hitting a couple of enemies here is actually to get my minions up, which allows me to run. And because of this, I'm able to have the minions killing random stragglers as I move forward. As you can see, minions are actually dying, or enemies are dying here, just because I killed a couple of enemies. So I only stop for the bigger packs, but by doing so, my minions will accidentally or randomly kill random stuffs as I'm running. If you don't have the lab trial, go into the catacombs. Make sure you pick that up. If you already have it, then move forward. Thanks so much, Booth, for the tier 1 sub for 2 months, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thanks, sir. Sometimes I tend to kill some things as well for the sake of getting Quicksilver life flask. Oh, sorry, Quicksilver flask charges. Moving on. Keep the minions up. Specking into more life nodes as we move towards more minion damage. And then after that, it's reservation and life nodes. And then after that, it's kind of free choice. If you feel that your gear is covering your HP, then go for damage. If you feel that you're lacking a bit of defense or that you're feeling a bit squishy, then go for more life nodes. That's essentially what's going to happen soon. We're going to reach a point where what you're going to spec depends on how you feel and what gear you have, which is one of the good things with minion builds because they scale a lot more from gem levels than your ordinary spell damage builds, which scales from a lot from gearing, but also levels. Which is why spell damage based builds can thrive a bit easier, that they don't need to be leveling more. In our case, levels matters a shitload, which is why I'm not bothering the initial lab. I'm going to do it on Cruel instead. Can you get Radiant Spirit? We can look into Radiant Spirit build after this, actually. Loot filter, are you using normal? Yeah, I'm just using the regular one from Neversink, actually. Not using any specific filters at all. I want to keep this as easy for the general populace of the game to follow and do. So that's why we're not speeding it. I'm not doing any specific strategies to go speedy Gonzalez. I'm showing you a generic way of leveling and some generic tips for how you can speed up your leveling without going to a racer mentality and a racer level with it. So this is going to be very easy to follow and very generic. I think I said generic like 5 times there, but you get the point, right? You get the point. We're not racing. We're just looking for a smooth leveling experience that everyone can follow. Yeah, I mean, if they nerf the mage skeletons, this will be the build I think most people will go to. So it's going to be pretty fun, actually. I'm looking forward to it. Absolute character red tier maps and a tab and auto trash here. Yep. Like I said, it's similar to mage skeletons. Mage skeleton can do that as well. Quick note here. We do have a lot of fire resistance from our gear, which is why we're not having any major problems with these bears. However, in most cases, you're actually going to have lack of resistances when it comes to fire here. And these bears, stay the fuck away from them. As soon as they start using their incinerate, just move away. Much harder than that. Colossal life loss, that's good shit. Oops. Full clear, it seems. I lost my zombies to the bears. So now that my minions are summoned, I'll just spend the time to resummon my Sombronis, get them up, kill the enemies, and move forward. Again, use Convocation offensively. We don't care about keeping our minions alive. They're all resummonable. They don't cost anything, such as an enemy guardian. We don't give a shit. We just want to kill everything fast and smooth. Pick up the soul fight, log out, and log back in because we picked up the waypoint in the previous area. In this case, we're going to hand in some quests. We're going to talk to Hargan, get some skill points. And that's it. Then at this point, we are going to pick up Purity of Flesh. Now, we can equip this helmet. Do we have another green socket somewhere? We do not. However, we don't really care about this too much. We could get a green socket elsewhere. So if you feel like you have enough spare currency, you can actually check her once if she has any. She doesn't. I'm just going to wait with it. We're not in a panic mode for this right now. So I'm just going to keep going. So we go back to the battlefront. In this case, we're going to go straight up to go for Piety. It's also good to keep track of. We do want another chest piece with some more sockets on it, just to make sure that we have the pressure alleviated so we can get a green socket, or we can just try to jeweler orb this one. I tend to avoid using jeweler orbs and chromatics early on unless I really need it. Because you might want to use that on a bigger piece further down the road. I don't really need to panic about my survival. First off, we're playing softcore right now. That is a big, big reason not to waste currency on defense. Use your portals if you have to. When you're playing through the axe, it doesn't matter. Dying is perfectly fine to do. It's actually part of the strategy for a lot of people, including myself, on League Start, where I don't want to gear my character, waste my currency. Instead, I'd rather avoid that and utilize my currency for other means rather than wasting it on something that doesn't really matter. Exiles are really good for jewelries, rings, belts, amulets, all of those things. So make sure you kill them. In this case, we got a giant life flask, which is perfectly fine. And in this case, we're not going to bother it, actually. Another thing to keep a lookout for now is actually magic items in terms of flasks. Your Quicksilvers, your mana flask, your life flask. If you get an instant roll life flask, or if you get a bleed removal life flask, it becomes more and more important. We're going to talk about that as I finish the Act 3, because in Act 4 is where you start encountering a little bit scarier bleed encounters, which is something you might want to look into to have a solution for. So in this case, we're going to move out. We have two choices, our reservation or damage. We will be prioritizing damage. So why not, right? Fucking love this song, dude. Blue packs, we do stay for blue packs. Everything else we just kind of rush through unless it's a big pack. Then I cast once or twice and let the minions deal with it. Should have switched from life to ES to build a skeleton name mages if you can afford it, definitely. First initial kill, get some minions out. They'll have some minions, and then we just run. And the good thing with the convocation at this position now is that as soon as you summon your minions, you can literally just run and let your convocation do the magic. As you can see, I just convocated rather than stopping to cast. You will encounter that Brutus variant in this area. It doesn't really matter. I tend to avoid killing him. It takes a couple casts before he dies. It doesn't really benefit you that much to kill. And it just presents you with a problem where it's going to slow your progression down and not really give you any direct benefits from doing so. Something that we really want right now is another Alcorb. I used one. It's not a big deal, but we do want to get an Alcorb whenever we can. At this point, we go to Diala. We get the Jade Amulet, unless you already have one. But we still pick it up, check it out. Life, Lightning Rest, and we have Big Light, but no resistances. I will prioritize the resistances at this point, so I'm going to switch those amulets. Go back to the sewers and do the cream pie in the fucking sewers. So go to the butthole, click it. Ah, fucking dirty. All right, let's move on. Ebony Barracks. Next goal, we could kill General Gravy Sauce. Don't really need to, because he allows us to buy some certain auras and gems that we don't really give a shit about with this process. So instead, we're going to avoid killing him because it's a waste of time. And we're going to move to the library instead. But first off, we go for Piety. So up here, you see General Gravy. I'm just going to step to the side and just avoid him entirely because we don't really need him. Keep your minions summoned. Cast a few times, let your minions do the work. That's all it comes down to. Let your minions do the work. Essences, try to focus on actually always doing the essences. Allows you to get more materials that you can work with when it comes to upgrading your gear. Say you have a bad piece somewhere. For example, my gloves, they're just fire rest right now. Now if I find a pair of gloves with decent sockets, I can just use an essence on it and equip it, and that'll most likely be better than what I'm already wearing. Flush BTTV. Yeah, check your codes, boys. Same thing here. Get my minions to my initial minion summon, and then I can just move. Blue pack, kill it because it gives you good experience. Keep track of your level at this point. We're level 27 in a 29 area, and we're about to level, so we're pretty good on par leveling wise right now. And this is done without actually killing a lot of enemies. Here's a blue pack. I will stop for that. Normally we don't want to stop for the unique one in here, but the blue pack we will care about because that's good experience and potential loot. Again, we got an essence. We will prioritize making sure that essence monsters do get the fucking session where they start licking the ground and giving us loot. Follow the carpet in this area. That's to the right for Lunaris to progress. The left side will be a dead end. And this is where the Brutus guy is. I normally just run around and skip the fucker. Lost some minions. Get them out again. We leveled up. We're going to move to damage because I don't feel like we have that many mana problems. Otherwise, I would have taken the mana reservation. And we move on. Level our gems. This time we're going to not forget to not level the Desecrate, actually. Alright, so we're here. And we move in towards the Piety area.
You either master Nightmare, or it masters you. When I'm ready, and not before.
Not level that one. Good shit. There is a way to see, depending on which type of tile your left character's foot is on when you enter this portal, to know which direction to go. I always forget how the tiles look, so I never bother that for the racers out there. Then again, if you're a racer, I'm not sure you should watch this video, because this is more for the newer players and the casual players to learn how to level this in a casual, friendly approach without stressing. No, we're not using pure developments. We don't need to. We don't need to. Again, the only reason I'm doing some kills is actually just to get my initial minions, because once I have that, I can use Convocation offensively, and the Convocation will actually be enough to kill everything. So I don't never really stop to kill a bunch of enemies. I just stop to resummon my minions when I have to. The set of stairs is what you're looking for. The set of stairs is what tells which area is correct to go for. And that's a unique target, by the way. We just basically got 2 or 3 shots. And that's how much damage this is doing. As you can see, I don't have any Absolution minions, so the next pack of enemies I will kill. See these carts? Go for the one with 1 cart, not the one with 2, and you'll be on the right track. Now I have my minions out, and I will just use Convocation offensively instead, and therefore be able to level faster. As you can see here now, because I went to the side that had 1 cart, I will now be in the right section. Went the other way, I would have hit the dead end instead. Okay, again, my minions are out, get some new ones, and then start using Convocation offensively to kill everything instead. It's all about spending as little time as possible stopping to cast with your spells. If there's big packs that you want to kill, go for it. Rare, for example, I will do this to help out with damage output, and then we move on. So it's all about efficiency, right? DD direct? No, it's a... Yeah, I mean, it's a... The DD problem is an AI issue in the baseline of their ability with the new channel ability that they have with the Cyclone, using the player-based Cyclone, right? That's nothing to do with the playstyle of Convocation, but the AI issue is a problem no matter what you do there. It was mostly noticeable when you did that playstyle, yes. But the Convocation offensive play is one of the best ways to play this. Start with the left side when it comes to damage. We don't really care about the right side. Our minions are actually staying perfectly fine alive. Now we have the boss. Kill these things. Get some minions out. Get corpses out. And then just go ham. And she will die very, very quickly. If you can avoid her getting into a blue phase, that is optimal, because that shit actually hurts. So when she goes into this, just try to stay away from her. And just keep your minions up again. So if you see her teleporting to a blue one, just try to avoid that. If she goes into a red, your life flask should be able to keep you alive with it. As you can see, I've actually overused my mana, so my mana flask is actually gone, but luckily the minions damage is more than enough to do this very effectively. Pick up the key. Don't forget the crafting recipe up here. One's always good to check. Didn't get what we needed. We're gonna port out. Let's get a major absolution. Matter of personal preference. Meixskells are very much meta right now, so that would be a recommendation, to be honest. Check with Hargan for 4-link items. In this case, we got a 4-socket, not 4-linked, so that's a bit of a shame. So nothing we can utilize here. However, if you look at chest pieces, we have some green sockets and blue sockets. I can use my essence on this, and bam, I got a shit piece that's not really good. I can try to get another one and use this one instead. The armor gets resistances. We can use this. We can start using bench crafts as well if you want to. However, the reason we did this is to move the Desecrate, and we can move this Convocation in here, and I can now equip the better helmet for more resistances and more HP. Just keep track of the gear that you have, right? And now we talk to Clarissa. Actually, we don't have to, but I can double check so I didn't fuck it up, actually. No, we're good. We will, however, talk to Grigor, because he gives you the skill point for killing Piety. So we do this, pick that up, we get this, and now we're just going to get a ton of damage. At this point, we're going to move forward, and that is in towards Dominus. But first off, library. Library is important. As you can see now, we've lost some zombies, so we're going to resummon some of these. How popular it is? Yes, and that also means that it might be getting a nerf as well. What are we lacking? I think that's it, right? So again, we have an essence. Make sure you kill that. That's always good. Essences allows you to play with new gear in a better way, which is why it's so important that you kill it. I do have a white ring. I'm just going to do this. Bam, we have a dexterity, always life, resistances, you know, everything you know, a girl could dream of. It's amazing. Feeding Frenzy? Yes. We want Feeding Frenzy, and we want that in here. The Flesh Offering, I can move that up here now, and I have a 3 blue link already sorted, which you can get on a wand, for example. Doesn't really matter. So instead of moving to the right there, I'll move to the left, because top left side corner is where you get access to the library. This is the main focus right now. We also want to get the approach of physical to lightning at this point. With that beard, you really look like Freddie Mercury. It's that bad. Sheesh. Tips: the first time it's also found. Play something that you're comfortable with. Play something that you're comfortable with. And we move forward. Again, once we have our minions, offensive convocation is your bread and butter for clearing. We are level 29 in level 30 area, so we're still on par. We're going to be a little bit over level, so to say, because we're going to get a lot of experience for running this, which is, you know, both good and bad. Having a bit more experience is fine, but normally you kind of want to avoid it if you, by just not killing too many monsters. So I won't be killing too much. I'll just be running and killing when I need to, or if it's a big pack. Why do a library? Physical to lightning, because I'm a witch. We can't buy it outside of that, and we also get early access to Feeding Frenzy by doing this. And that's why we do library. So there are multiple reasons why you want to do library on a witch. At least a minion build witch, I guess. There are ways to level this much faster than I am, but that has less to do with the point of this entire series. The point with the series is to show people a way for you to level in a smooth and effective way without stressing. Node wise, we're going to take the right side of this damage cluster right now. We're going to pick up this by going up here. Once we've taken that, we have the option of getting our reservation, or if you're feeling squishy, which I'm starting to feel, I'm going to go down here to pick up devotion, and then we can also pick up the life and mana, which will help the mana sustain as well. Then we're going to spec up here to get the cruel preparation, because then we're going to need some extra resistance help. We're also going to have some problems with damage later, and that's when we pick up Fearsome Force. We'll increase the clearing speed force as well, as well as Death Attunements. So that's kind of the approach when it comes to the tree, and it all depends on my gear. If my gear is good enough, I will not be speccing HP nodes. I'll just focus exclusively on damage. However, if my gear is lacking, I will try to prioritize getting myself some defensive nodes from the tree, because the Absolution is just doing so much damage as it is. I know Trinity will activate with POB. I actually don't know. You'll have to check POB. I'm not sure. Anybody in chat knows? I can help him. Which target do you need more? Blue or red? Blue mostly. When doing this, I see that there's one down there. Don't rush for it immediately, because my quest is telling me to find the 2 remaining ones. Just follow the, like, hug a wall side and go around, so you don't miss out on any. Otherwise, you might find yourself forced to backtrack a ton instead. Still only 5 zombies, and there's the last one. Now, the reason I didn't bring currency with me, I do have currency on me, is actually because we picked up the waypoint right next to Siosa, and instead of wasting portal scrolls, I will just log out. We got them. Log out, log in, port to Siosa, and this is where you can bring currency if you stashed it. So we go to library. Type exclamation mark guides if you want to check out the build guide for it. Boom. In here, we now have access to Feeding Frenzy. We definitely want this. We put that there. Purchase items. What we want is physical to lightning support gem, which is over here, cross an alteration orb. We want that. And other than this, we now have access to everything we kind of want. So if you want to change to anything else that you want to play with, mark yourself out, auras, whatever. Physical lightning is something we do want instead of added lightning. So we can actually keep this in case we get a 4-link. Other than that, the approach would be to use lightning penetration or increase crit damage later. But mainly we'll be looking at using added lightning till we get access to lightning penetration level, which is going to cost us an alch orb. So till then, we're going to play like this. And the 3-4 link will be the added cold or added lightning. So if you get a 4 link with 3 blue and a green, we can actually use that, or we can use 4 blue. Gives us access to 2 different types of 4 link setups that would actually be beneficial for the build to be played. What point you start using specters? When I'm moving into the full finished build, like level 65, 70 or something. They're way too squishy before that. So now we have physical to lightning, and we can just go ham with us. So now we're going to go to Dominus. We're level 30 in a level 32 area. There's our 4-link. Perfect. We have the 4-link set. Now we're going to use an essence on this. Great. We got life. Great, great, great. The problem with this now is we're going to lose the desecrate. Not a big deal, but we will be using it nonetheless. So I'll take these gems out, and we're going to put that in. And we're going to move... Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm stupid. We need to get a red socket on it. There we go. So in this case, it's worth using because it's a full full energy shield. So it's pretty high probability of getting what we needed, right? So in this case, we lost the availability for us to run with desecrate. So I'm just going to keep these gems and ready to add as soon as we get the colors for it. So there's 2 different 4 links. There's red, blue, 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 or red, blue, blue, green. There's the 2 different 4 links that would be optimal to use. And now our mana cost is going up, which again emphasizes an idea that we can't really use vitality anymore. But as I said, the sacrifice node that we picked up early is going to cover for that, or replace that need, if you will, a necessity. We could play style. Yeah, Dumblo is pretty cool for sure. For sure, for sure. The gems in your offhand? Nothing right now. You don't need to think about your offhand weapons because it's going to cost you currency to buy the gems. At around level 40, 42, 45, around that point is where the gem levels that you purchase will be lower level than what you would if you leveled them yourself. So at that point, it's very important that you actually set up your off-slot gems to level your main gem. In this build, it would be buying 6 absolutions, which costs a transmutation orb each. So you want to have 6 transmutations and obviously 2 3-link items in your off slots. What level was that? Level 40, between level 40 45, I think it's 42, which is the breaking point with a level of your gems versus the level of gems that you can purchase from the act vendors. Not a big deal right now. It's something we'll think about later, because right now I don't have that many transmutations. Right now, I want to make sure that all the currency I'm using is spent in making the leveling experience as smooth as possible. Well, yeah, okay, not 3-link. They can be 3 sockets. Sorry. True. So we keep moving. Let's keep progressing. Need to play a gauntlet. I always play the gauntlet. Question is how much I'll play in it, but I'll definitely be playing it one way or another. What flavor is that gum? That is not gum, that is snus. It's a nicotine pouch that you put under your lip. You don't want to chew on that, trust me. You'll get really sick if you chew on it. You're gonna get a real fucked up stomach if you chew on this, dude. And doing the +1 min gem recipe is good damage boost. Yeah, but the thing is, it requires the specific flask, right? You're thinking about the helmet recipe, Cock, right? It's a good idea. The problem is that it's so specific that I tend to try to avoid it as a necessity for leveling, because people won't really do it and they're not going to spend alterations on rolling flasks, right? That's the way I feel about it. Yeah, worth more than a base? I don't know. I haven't looked at that market at all when it comes to those pieces. Yeah, I know you can get the Bone Spirit Shield to make it. You can definitely do it. Snuff Legal is a Swedish product. Yeah, you get the recipe, the flask from the recipe as well. I don't know. I just don't, not a big fan of it personally. I know you can set it up so you don't have to roll the alteration for it and then get the recipe. That means you're suddenly doing all of that process to get plus level of 1 level of gems. I mean, if you have a 4-link in your helmet, it would make sense, but the difference is not super big anyways. And I wouldn't bother unless I have an actual 4-link helmet. Then I would bother. And even then, I most of the times don't bother anyways. And the ability to play in the gauntlet, I don't know yet. I have no idea. This is the hardest fight in the campaign, in my opinion. This is the hardest fight in the campaign for minions, because they will die. And they will die a lot. Absolution has the perk of doing a ton of damage. As you can see, my zombies will die, and they will die fast, and they will die a lot. But Absolution does so much damage that it actually becomes rather comfortable to do. It's not the most comfortable experience despite this, and that's because some of these guys does a lot of AoE damage, which actually kills your minions. But Absolution is actually pretty okay at dealing with it. Not the best, but they're okay at it. Yeah, I understand, Kage, that it's supposed to be educational, but then again, I'm showing people how to properly level this build without stressing and still being decently fast, and I don't agree that getting that recipe sorted is worth the time unless you have a 4-link helmet, at which point it is maybe worth bothering. And I don't personally bother it even then. That's 15% movement speed, that's pretty solid. I mean, right now I have a 4-link chest. What would I do with a +1 helmet? It would have to be 4-link for me to utilize it. So, something to note with this fight here, as you noticed, I fucked up with my mana. So actually we'll hold off with casting until I lose minions, and instead focus on getting my Desecrate out, which I can't because I don't have a green socket. A pair of boots. Movement speed and dexterity. Like, I might actually use this instead of Wanderlust, but in this case we're not, because Wanderlust actually gives us some pretty juicy stats. Free smoothie. Would allow me to get the fucking Desecrate though. As you can see, I added Feeding Frenzy to my zombies. This will allow my zombies to proc a Feeding Frenzy buff. That's going to allow my minions to do more damage. As you can see up here, your minions deal more damage and have increased attacking movement speed, which is just escalating their damage from our Absolution. Last epoch patch? Yes, but I'm prioritizing this project that we're doing first. Blue pack, make sure you kill it. And we just keep moving. Again, play with the Absolution as an aggressive playstyle. Make sure you kill these things. The rares are good. For the essence, thank you. Blue pack. There's always a blue pack on the side. If you feel like you're behind a level, I'm not, then I would go on the sides on the platform here without in the aqueducts, because it gives you the blue packs for more experience as well. Helps you catch up in level. Alteration. Well, thank you very much. Hit the defense nodes and keep moving. Convocate aggressively, as you see there. I just convocated the entire pack. I don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna go to Kira. Sell a shit. Move on. In this case, we can actually check her vendor, see if she has anything that's worth bothering. Specifically looking for a 4-link or 3-link, whatever we want to look for. In my case, I want to fit in the Desecrate somehow. If you can't, what you could do is smack in like a Jeweler Orb or something. What I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to look for shields with spell damage. Doesn't matter, but I can actually look for shields. And in my case, I don't need them to be linked anywhere. I can move my Convocation to my helmet, and I only need a blue socket, so I can look for any shields. Since we don't utilize the spell damage ourselves, since spell damage doesn't actually affect our Absolution's minions damage, only our own cast with Absolution, we can now go for a bit more defensive focused by having shields allowing us to get some more stats. The only time that would change is if you get a bunch of essences. You can actually purchase ones from Act 1 and use the essences there instead, with the off chance of you getting plus level of lightning skills. Not sure if I remember what plus level of fist skill is, but I know you can get plus level lightning early. So using essences, if you have spare on lower, like super low level ones, is a really good idea to get your level of lightning skills, which would drastically increase your damage outputs. Pick this up. If you're behind a level, which I am not, I would continue clearing Dried Lake like a circle all the way back to the entrance again. But since we're good on levels, I will not. Instead, we do this. Now, we're going to get access to a golem. Now, normally, I would go with a stone golem. It gives you taunt, gives you regen. However, with this strategy, when you're leveling, you get so many minions that the beneficial gain offensively from using a carrying golem should not be underestimated. So we're going to run with that instead. And this is going to replace our Summon Phantasm, and we have the golems and our zombies with Feeding Frenzy and
knees high
linked together. Fush with the 10 months. Thanks so much, dude. Appreciate that, dude. Thanks, sir. Yeah, the fist is also low level. That's good. Thank you.
Yes, little mountain. I'm pleased to see you too.
Level the gems. Got your minions out. Start convocating offensively.
When I'm ready and not before.
Here's another essence. We do like the sound of that. Boxes. Help out with clearing it. That's another 4-link. And bad colors. Another 4-link, bad colors. Oh, shouldn't have tossed that one out, but whatever. Anime Cantorite? No, I've not heard that. Doesn't ring a bell either.
I think it likes me.
Pick up the Righteous Army. Now I will be focusing on life notes. I feel a little bit squishy. As long as my gear is not making me feel tanky, then I will not do that. If I feel good and I don't need the damage, I will actually prioritize taking the route nodes or the pathing nodes to get the remaining stuff that I want. So for example, I'm going to want to get resistances, which will be Cruel Preparation, which is the life node just above the witch area starter node on the tree. Festive Mask with the green sockets. Is that good? No, not good enough, but we had level of minion gems there, which is socket minion gems, so it's a bit of a shame. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. You got +1s in Act 1, still need a bit of alt rolls. Yeah, I don't like using the alts early, because when you're playing a League Start scenario, you don't really have that many alts. Alright, so that's the exit. We're gonna go back because we're gonna find the ghost. When to do first lab? You can do first lab now if you want to. The thing is, I don't like doing that. I like doing it when I'm doing the second lab, because that's the one that's going to give me a noticeable big damage difference. I normally actually skip killing this guy. I have enough damage absolution to kill him, but normally I skip killing him because it's not really worth bothering. Pick shit up so we can actually get more money out of this. I'll look into it later, Lanky. That's good, dude. Get some minions and then move on. Convocate aggressively. Don't stand still casting unless it's a blue pack or a rare you want to kill. Just convocate aggressively and move on. It's the bread and butter of the playstyle when you're playing with minions. This is something you can't do with mage skeletons, which is why some people don't like the playstyle of mage skellies. With permanent minions or minions that you can convocate, this is the generic playstyle that will increase your clear speed and also your leveling by just convocating aggressively and only casting if you're running out of minions, basically.
And not before.
This is how you level faster. That aggressive convocation will just kill everything. Here's a blue pack. I'll cast a couple of times and then I'll move. I'll let my minions finish them off, basically. In here, it doesn't matter which one you start with, so I'm just going to go to one of the sides. Doesn't matter. 20 extra Augfist. I don't know. You'll have to check the PUB. Sorry, not PUB, but TFT. See what they're going for. I have no idea what the prices are right now. Focusing on this, so I can't check for you either. Same thing here. Just keep moving. There's a trick you can do with Smoke Mine, actually, which is pretty effective to skip things. Let's see if I can do it with a Flame Dash. If you do this to each gate, you can actually skip the entire phase that I'm in right now. Anyways, so like I said, I'm feeling a little bit squishy, so I can go down here to get Devotion, or I can start routing up here so I can get Cruel Preparation, or I can go with Reservation, or go for damage, right? We're not going to do either. I feel like I'm getting a little bit too much damage right now, so I'm going to go down for the big life nodes first. 2024X, I mean, Cyber 20, then seems fine to me. You still only have 5 zombies. The other nodes we're going to pick up is actually traveling down here to get the life nodes of Constitution. But right now we're prioritizing the other nodes, and the reason for that is very simple, actually. We prioritize those nodes because we want to get to Cruel Preparation, because that gives us extra resistances, which is going to be very, 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 very important. Because you lose resistances when you finish certain stages of the game, which is why we want to make sure that our resistances is on par. Blue pack, kill some. Cast your abilities. Rest of it is just aggressive convocating. Basically, when I say aggressive convocation, I mean just click convocation when you're next to the enemies. That's what I mean when I say aggressive convocation. Mana is getting better despite the 4-link. We're good. And move to the boss. And you'll see how fast the boss is gonna die, right? It's super smooth to play this build. More travel nodes, we get some strength. It's good shit. And we move on. Go on the left side here. Again, get our minions out so we can start aggressive convocation. It's a bit different in this area because the enemies are usually so spread out that aggressive convocation is not going to kill everything like they would in these hallways. So when it comes to this, you might want to attack once or twice depending on how big the packs are. Get some minions out. Then again, if you're good on the levels, you don't have to care. It's level 38 the area, I'm level 35. So I'm 3 levels behind at this point, and this is because we're not killing everything. We're consistently just running and running and running, right? And just killing most things through aggressive convocations. So with that in mind, we're going to focus on actually killing more enemies at this point, because when we get to the Calm's Dream, we're gonna want to make sure we get some levels. In this case, we're gonna kill this guy. Still no green soccer for Desecrates. It's a bit of a shame. Surg him down. Usually pretty simple. Stay away from the swords. Keep our minions out. That's generally it. It's not very hard. Nice DPS. It's literally just Absolution. This is what Absolution does. It's literally just Absolution. Pick up the item, log out, log back in. At this point, I'm gonna vendor some shit. We do this. We can check the vendors if they have anything good. In our case, like I said before, we're going to look for a shield. We need a blue socket because we don't have that elsewhere. Blue and green would be the preferable state for the shields. I don't see any blue shields with that. We can look for ones, but if I do look for ones, like I said before, we want to look for those ones in Act 1 if I'm going to go with ones. I'm running curses? Nope. No curses at the moment. That's something you can run if you want to. This case, I want the blue and green. I can actually take this, but it's not level enough to do so. When it comes to curses, we can actually go to Act 3. Since we now have Fist of Lightning, another curse you can pick up for more damage, if you have the sockets for it, would actually be to run Conductivity, which is a pretty good ability to be using. So we look at Conductivity. We need a blue socket. We have that. This allows us to get a little bit more damage. It's only something you'll use versus bosses either way, which is why I don't really care that much about it. And the ability, Absolution, does so much damage as it is. That's why I don't really care that much about it, because we're all going to Zerg down bosses super fast with this build. Absolution is god tier at killing bosses.
So this is what the inside of a Karui king.
Well, you can if you want to. Not really a big deal. Again, it's all about just making it easier on you, and the more gems you're using, the harder it is for newer players to make sure that they have everything they need. So I try to avoid having a ton of extra gems that they need to use and whatnot, especially with builds that don't really need to use things like curses and whatnot to excel the damage, because you're not going to use it versus clearing. You can if you want to, but you're not going to notice much of a difference. You know, harder enemies, sure, maybe you'll notice them. You can curse them if you want to. Not that it matters too much. Get that offering up. The one thing I would argue for when it comes to doing normal lab is to actually pick up all right, we're gonna skip the phantasms now, and we're gonna summon our golem instead. So now we have a golem, which will give us more damage. And I remove the summon phantasms with that. But yeah, like the only reason I would arguably say that you can go normal lab early is actually to pick up... The
Mothpit crew is blessed to have such a VIP member
aboard. To make the offering affect you as well.
Yay, my sub-H can legally drink rum now.
The problem is I prefer to go on natural strength because of how valuable it is early on, especially in a league start scenario, which is why I don't bother the normal lab that early. But it's an option. Thanks so much, Frobel, for the tier 3 subscription for 21 fucking months, man. That's big, dude. How you doing, sir? Thanks again, man. I appreciate the support, dude. Thank you. So we just keep progressing, and as you can see right now, I'm actually trying to kill monsters a little bit more because I want to get more experience to catch up. We're level 37 area. We're level 35. We want to get 36, which we're going to, and we want to be about halfway or something like that before we move forward to make things easier, to make sure we're not falling behind too much. Level wise, I'm going to start getting some actual life notes now because we're a little bit low on the HP front. We have gear covering a lot of it, but not all of it. Heal Exiles. That's a good ring. Definitely a good ring. We'll replace that one. We have a new life flask. We do this. Zombies level. We can still only have 5. Get your offerings up and just keep pushing. Always good to pop rare boxes. Can contain some juicy loot. Well, there's the bone spiritual. I'll pick that up. Got a sacred life flask. We're good on life flask now. What you can do when you have enough of these transmutations is that you can start using them on life flasks as well, which is also why I don't really care about leveling gems. We should be looking into a gem in the next 5 to 10 levels. However, what I normally do is I prioritize making sure that I have a bleed flask, maybe an instant roll flask, and HP flasks before I start focusing on spending currency on getting off-slot gem levels, because you're gonna get more experience when you do maps, and it's okay if you're gonna be like, you know, a map or 2 behind on leveling an off-slot gem. That's fine. So I don't prioritize that. I keep that as a high priority in the way I progress when I play. Real contest they could drink 3 months ago. True. Very true. Aggressive convocation because we hit 36.
Another hit for my belt.
He was level 16. In what helmet, Juggernaut? Like, what kind of helmet are we talking about? As you can see, the damage of these guys are just absolutely insane.
That's what you get for losing your...
I wonder how long we played now, actually. It's been pretty slow, but it's chill. 2 hours, and we're about to enter Act 4. Hypothermia, mini damage. The level on hypothermia and mini damage actually doesn't matter. The priority is the priority is to get the +3. The level of mini damage and hypothermia actually has a very, very small impact on your damage output. All right, so now we're going to go to Piety, which is also known as a minion killer. However, we are resummoning our minions quite effectively with Absolution. But when she does the spinning beam, you want to make sure that you stay the fuck away from it, because that's going to kill you. We talked about it before, the idea that we're going to have some problems with bleeds, which is something you're going to notice. As you see now, I'm bleeding. This is something that can be a problem in here, which is why I'm starting to use my transmutation orbs on life blast. So if I find more sacred life blasts, I will actually use my transmutations, and if I have augments, I'll use them as well to get a suffix modifier, and hopefully I'll get a bleed removal. If you've encountered early beasts, you can actually beast craft that as well, and that's not a guarantee that you've encountered enough beasts for it to upgrade your flask consistently. So normally I want to do this, and if I get an instant roll flask, I will most likely keep that flask, even if it's a lower level flask later, further down the road, just to make sure I have that panic button for me. That's why I like using 2 life flasks. You can run 3 if you feel more comfortable with that, but keep in mind that you kind of want to have that mana flask as well, so that it kind of diminishes the amount of options you have, right? Again, with the life nodes that we're speccing, we're not going to bother speccing more than the big node. We're not going to take the small node behind it. It's a waste. Instead, I will now begin my routing progress to move towards crew preparation and fearsome force. If I feel tanky with my gear, I will prioritize damage. If I don't feel tanky, then I'll prioritize getting to the point where I can get more life nodes. Does it make sense to throw an Exalt on it? Yes. Good luck. Same process here. Loot your shit. Aggressive convocations. And we move forward. And as you can see, I don't really have to do much. I just need to convocate and everything will die. That depends which tree you're talking about, Canopy. You can type exclamation mark Atlas. You can type exclamation mark guides. We have all of the guides posted. The currency making farm strategies. The what's its face? The Atlas trees and everything. I mean, it's not bad. It could have been a hell of a lot worse, Loco. You didn't get the spell crit, which is what you want, but the odds of that is pretty low. But it's still not bad. Alright, so in this case, we want to desecrate to get their minion, the corpses out. We don't have that. Now, we just need to make sure you don't stand on top of her, because her melee attacks actually hurts. And just wait for her to do that thingy. When that happens, move around and convocate on the other side to keep your minions alive for as long as possible. Just keep summoning your minions by hitting her, basically. Your minions will do a lot of damage. Get your offerings up if you have access to it, and that's about it. And just keep summoning your minions, essentially, because you want to make sure your minions are tanking for you. If you don't have your minions out, you're going to be taking hits. That's something you want to avoid the best case possible. Other than that, just keep spamming Absolution. The Absolution is the bread and butter for this fight, because your zombies will just fall for the most part. And every time you have Convocation ready, just use it. And get your minions back up.
Can be our greatest achievements.
Move on. Don't forget the crafting item here right here. Crafting recipe. And move on. Now, we are level 37 in a level 40 area, which means that we're slightly behind, which is perfectly fine. Get your minions out. Aggressive convocation. And now we have 3 minions. Now we just convocate and run. Pretty straightforward. I don't go for the logout strat here. I know some people do. I don't, because I want to get as much experience as possible. So in this area, I actually will run through the enemies and I will kill everything. That Alcor we dropped was really good. We got an Arcanist box. We can drop an Exalted. We didn't. So basically that Alcor was really good because we're going to want to have lightning penetration later on instead of add lightning.
A body to kill for.
Same thing here. We can use our curse. Doesn't really matter. Assassin's Mark is actually really good. That's someone in his chat suggested earlier. Make sure to loot the body piece, the hearts, and that's the only one on the right hand side, and there's 2 more on the left hand side. Now with this in mind, the plan is that we actually kill things moving there to catch up on levels. This allows us to be on par with everything. So that's why I never used the logout strat here. I just want to kill everything to make sure I stay on par with the levels. Toad Ray, make sure you have your minions out. Cursor if you're running the curse. I don't have a Desecrate because I don't have the colors for it. Surger down, pick up the lungs, and move to short ones. Non-elevated helmet crafting for Absolution? I don't know. I don't. I almost like to craft one myself though, but not today. No, I won't craft the helmet today. Because it's going to be for the high budget version.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Level 37, we're about to hit 38. Kill this if you don't have enough lightning rest, which I don't. Actually, I have decent lightning rest, actually. Take that back. You kind of want to stay away from her attacks. If you Desecrate, you can make sure that you keep using what's its face? They keep using you're getting your zombies up. As you can see, I lost my mana flask there, so that's why I couldn't get my spells out, which is obviously a problem.
I'm glad I won't be seeing
That becomes even more important versus Malachi, because not always adds there. So what you could do is take the waypoint, go out back in town to refill your flask. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to trust the build can carry. Once I'm done with this, since we have a bunch of essences, I will actually go back to Act 1 to check for ones again.
Will you go to bed now, little girl? Or do I need to tuck you in?
Now, Exile!
Try to convocate them out of that shit. You want to make sure that your minions stay alive for as long as possible. Keep moving, because he casts some bullshit every now and then. So just keep being on the move.
What?
Now, Exile!
Die and be reborn.
That's basically it. Now something I do here is if I don't get enough flask charges here, which I do this time, I actually go back out of town. I actually go out of town to resummon my minions, or my flask, sorry. In this case, I'm good on flask. I don't have a Desecrate, so I can't get my zombies, which is only 2. So I'm just going to go back in.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
Same thing here. Careful with the mana usage. Keep your minions out of it. Gonna pop the first one. And you can see the damage is just super solid here. Used 1 mana flask there. He's gonna pop the next one. And we just keep pushing. And he's gonna teleport away. When he does that, you can place him where he's going to make it easy for you. Using the mana flask, kill that thingy, and then just surge him down. Easy game, easy life. Lose some shit, you can log out if you want to, but the portal usually shows up pretty quickly. Now, taking this, I don't really feel problems with mana, so I'm not going to take these nodes. Instead, I'll go up. I'm okay with HP, so I will take these 3 nodes. And then I'll keep traveling down here to get the cruel preparation, which we're going to need very soon either way. So, identify these things, sell that. We don't need this. That is a really good piece. As you can see here, there's some chaos resistance, but there's no other resistances, which we get from this. However, if you look at this, there's a suffix open. This is when we're going to start using bench crafts now, because we have the currency to put into it. That is a very, very juicy pair of boots. I'm going to use it.
Go where you are needed.
So in this case, I want to make sure that I flip around some gems so I can move my Hero of Purity up here. I need a blue socket, so I would need to color. Not going to use those. We use this. We got a blue. I'm going to use this. I'm going to move that. We can just do this in here, I guess. Whatever. We will want to use this when we level, but we want to bench it with resistances. We're going to be looking into that as well. First things first. I'm going to make a quick recap now. Now that we reached Act 4, we've killed everything. We do have access to some very specific rewards. First off, I didn't pick up the skill gem here. We also have the possibility of getting a spell echo because we killed Piety, which will replace our added cold in this case. Sorry, added lightning. So we'll pick up spell echo, which replaces added lightning. We can delete that. We have the golem. The only purpose, the things that we're going to be looking at now, we have the perfect setup for this right now for the 4-link absolution. Our next goal right now is to make sure that we keep track of our resistances as we move into Act 5. Because after Act 5 is over, we're going to lose resistances. This means we're going to start using bench crafts. For example, my gloves are terrible, but I found a pair of high life with a Chaos Rest. Now, the Chaos Rest is useless, but it has an open suffix. This means I can start using bench crafts as long as I can afford it, which usually costs alterations or augments, and we're going to use those. The other thing we're going to start doing is that now that we've gotten a couple of more essences as we've been leveling, is to start going back to Act 1 every time we have a bunch of essences. And we can choose to run a shield instead of one of the wands. But the reason we go to Act 1 is because the wands we purchase from the vendor in Act 1 is the lowest item level of wands we can buy. And these wands have a high chance of giving us the access to plus level of lightning or plus level of physical. In this case, we didn't get it. I'll take the other one. I'll do this. And we didn't get it, so I'm just going to vendor both of them. Doesn't really matter. However, if you get resistances on any of those, you can actually use that instead of the other one that you have in here. So I could actually essentially use one of these. There's a little bit of mana, cold damage spells, doesn't really matter. Attack speed, doesn't matter. So I can literally just do this and just move them over. If you find something with resistances, that's not a bad thing to do. This is a level 9 one. We don't want that. And this is the item level 13. So it's an effective way to have an increased chance for you to get plus level of lightning or plus level of physical skills, which is basically the only offensive scaling you can do at this early stage of the game. Tree-wise, I feel like I'm pretty tanky, but in Act 5, we're going to need a bit more HP. That's why I've taken these nodes down here, and now I have two choices. I can pick up the damage, which I will because I have pretty decent gear. Otherwise, I would have rushed all the way down to this side to pick up Cruel Preparation. So I'll take these 3 nodes, go for Cruel Preparation. I will also be looking into taking these 2 nodes. So I'll start with these 3, and I'll take those 2. So those are the 5 first nodes I'll be picking up. And then I'll route over to Cruel Prep for resistances. And then we're going to keep moving on the right-hand side to get the other nodes that we're looking for with the build to avoid having a bunch of respecs. It does make us a little bit squishy than we need to, but it is the generic approach that we're going to be running with. I have 2 more chromatics. So what I'm going to do with this, I'm actually going to do some chromatics and see if I can get a green socket. I didn't. So we're just going to do this then. Outside of that, in Act 5, we're just going to look for resistances. We're also going to be using our transmutation orbs to make sure that we roll on any decent life flask, trying to get a bleed removal as well as an instant life flask. Those are the main purposes and usage of our transmutation orbs, and that's how we're going to be playing it right now. I think I'm going to start with that, actually. So that's the plan for the current state of the game. So we're just going to move on and move forward. All right, so that's the TLDR for the Act 4. I'm gonna make some marks for this. So
That would just make life complicated.
we move on to the ascent. Elevated crit multi and elevated nearby alley. Blizzard hit 1 power charge. Veiled chaos. How insane is that? That sounds pretty crazy to me, dude. Sounds pretty crazy. No, I'm gonna be focused on this. I'm not gonna do any chaos flips. Some people prefer to play this without spell echo when they're leveling. I only skip spell echo when leveling with absolution if I have a tabula, because it's a bit clunky as your character will be locked in place every time I cast, which can present you with situations where you're going to be a bit squishy because you're suddenly going to be tanking everything, which is why we have, or one of the main reasons why we have a large army helping you with staying away from having everything hitting us and having our minions actually soak up the aggro. But again, the generic playstyle is not to cast too much. Our playstyle is aggressive convocations, right? We talked about this several times. I'll only cast if the pack is super big or if I'm running out of minions. If not, I'll just convocate. So you shouldn't feel worried about having an annoying character placement lock from casting convocation. Or sorry, casting absolution. Was Skelly made and medium butted offense still going Skelly Echo Pred focus? Crit instead of focus. Alright, I didn't get any minions there, so we're gonna make sure we get that. Kill some enemies. There we go. Now we can convocate. As you can see how the minions are just destroying everything by just convocating. And it's okay if you don't kill all of the enemies. You don't have to be a perfectionist. You don't have to kill everything. Only cast on blue and rares or bigger packs. Or when you're running out of minions. Other than that, just convocate. Here's a rare guy. We're doing pretty good damage at this point, so I will kill most rares we stumble upon. Here I didn't have convocation, so I'll cast a few times just to keep myself safe. Other than that, we keep convocating to kill everything, and we don't really give much of a shit. We're just running at this point. Rare guy, cast a couple times. As you can see, it's very smooth to level this right now, and this is just going to get easier and easier as we level, because we're going to be looking into doing yes, please, Kaka, do so. Oh, vampiric. I wonder if that vampiric will help me when it's low level. Well, we'll find out, I guess. We will find out. In this case, we're going to be looking into our resistances. We are pretty bad on fire and cold, so we're going to take the fire cold resistance ring right here, and we'll see if this is a good one. We got all resistances. We can benchcraft life. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the hideouts. This song is absolute fire. Yes, sir. Thank you, Kaga. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to look for resistances. We know we need fire and cold. So I can do the fire resistance, the low one, spending a transmute. I have 2 transmutes. So I'll do that. I'll do cold resistance here. Take the low one. And now I'm out of transmute. Got to keep track of that. And we can actually drop this shitty ring. We'll lose some life, but we get defensive stats from having actual better resistances, which is the main focus. All right, Gaga. And then we move on. Level 41, we get to equip our new pair of gloves, which have the sockets for us, which is all good. Same process as before. Make sure we summon our minions. Now we're going to start convocating. Only cast on rares or bigger party or bigger packs of enemies. We've changed our boots. We're no longer immune to freeze. So we got to keep that in mind as well. But with an army of minions, it's actually not that bad for us. We take that node. We have decent HP now. Let's say this one as well. No, I don't remember which. I think we went with notables on that version, Kaka. Just save skill points. You know, we moved the rotten claws out of the way. So I'm good, thank you. Sacred life flask again. I don't have a transmutation, but I can use a chance orb on it. Movement, I'll use one of those. Startled. Mount recovered. Instant recovery on low life. I will actually take that. I don't mind that at all. It's actually not a bad thing to do. So again, we're looking for flasks for removal of bleed, and we're looking for flasks for instant HP increase recovery. And that's basically the bread and butter of our focus right now. So those are the things we're looking for during this act right now. I need to go back up here. So again, I lost my minions. Make sure I cast to summon them. Now I have my minions. We're back on the aggressive convocation. I'm gonna say that so many times during this entire playthrough, so just bear with me, okay? Because that's literally all there is. Aggressive convocation. Aggressive convocation. Rinse, repeat. The less you cast, the faster you level, basically. Blue pack. This I'll cast on. We're moving on. We want to move down to the right here. As you can see on our levels, we're 39, soon to be 39 and a half. The area level is a 41 area. That's fine. We're going to move up here. And then we're going to move to the right and then up again. So, further down apparently. Blue pack, no minions. Make sure you cast. Then we move up here. And here's the boss.
I need more mana.
As you can see, our damage is quite crazy right now. And this is a 4-link in trash solar cell found gear. Move up. Up here even. And then to the right. Easy peasy. 2 new done it? Yeah, I know. I'm actually pretty hyped about it, but I want to focus on this today. So we'll probably play on Sunday, or we'll see how long we're going to be up today as well. Sacred Life Flask, I'll keep that. Use my Chance Orb on it. Simmering. Not really worth it. Not really worth it. Rare guy, make sure you help the minions kill it quickly. The unique guy here, you don't have to kill him. Doesn't really matter. However, there's a large pack of enemies around him. If you feel that you need the levels, which I do, I'm level 39. I will kill some of them, but not all of them. Another blue pack. Again, if there's like one guy left, don't waste your time trying to kill one guy. You're wasting your time. So if you want to level fast, you just try to kill things that makes your time invested on standing still attacking worth your time, basically. That's about it. Pop the box. Always good. Bunch of enemies. Now we have 6 zombies. Next area, we pick up the Fearsome Force for more damage. A shield is better for Meixsell. Aegis of Surrender. If you have the energy shield, then Aegis is way better. You don't need that flask. And now we're gonna head to Innocence. Blue pack, help them cast them to death. Regular packs, just fucking convocate. Blue pack, help them cast a bit, move on. We're level 40 now, level 41. We're gonna equip a new pair of gloves. As you can see, my life is getting better. I will lose I'll actually gain a bit of HP when I equip the new gloves as well. So we're gonna have a pretty decent amount of HP. Normally, I want to have 1800 or more before I go to Kitava. It's okay to have less. It's not a big deal, but it's preferable to have around that HP because then he has to crit to be able to one-shot you. If you have less than that, he actually has a higher risk of one-shotting you. Obviously, you shouldn't be hit at all, but you know it's gonna happen no matter what you do. Especially if you're not too accustomed or too used to the fight. You've done it too many times. It's also the time for aggressive convocation. It is. You're absolutely right, boys. It is time for aggressive convocation. I actually noticed I don't have my golem, so I'm going to summon him. Yeah, I know, Tiki, but I'm too busy running this right now. I will look into it later. I don't have time to look at it right now. Something to think about when it comes to leveling here is actually going up on these ledges. There's always some couple of blue packs up here. So always go up on the ledges and try to hunt those blue packs down. Like again, you don't have to kill all of them. Just make sure you kill the majority of them because it's actually worth your time. Essences, like we talked about before, is good. As long as you don't need to use it on gear, you will use it on Act 1 once instead to try to get plus level of minion skills. Right now, the only problem we have is that we don't have a green sockets. If we get enough jewelers, I might start jeweler orbing in that one. Again, going up here, convocate aggressively. And keep moving.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Keep moving, keep moving. We leveled, picking up more damage nodes in AoE. Find the blue pack up here, kill it. Got the mirror part out. He's not going to edit this at all, Kaka. That could be worth using an essence on, actually. It wasn't because it's a 4-link. If we hit movement speed and some good stats on that, we can actually use those. That's always preferable. The full raw content, Kaka, will be unedited. According to Kikis, because it's going to take too long to render a couple of hours video. So we're just going to upload it raw for people to follow. We'll most likely put chapters in it, though. Obviously. And if you need to build or something... no, I'm good, thank you. Pop this. Blue pack. Help the minions. Think of it as you are your minion's minion. That's how you should think about it when you play this.
Must be cleansed of impurity.
Is essentially you don't really do much. Your minions are there. You're just making sure that they exist. That's literally all you're doing. You're just making sure that your minions exist by keeping the summon up. No, I'm not going to use it. The mirror version will use discipline or determination one instead. You didn't even look at it. It's an Ashes of a Star with a 19% zealotry. 20 even. Of course I looked at it, okay. Not to mention that it's perfect on the RMR. Sorry, it's a bottom rolled on RMR even. I thought it was 10% there for a second. But I did look at it. What are you talking about? We're not going to use it either way. And plus, we're doing low budget first, so I'm not going to use corrupted items like that. You were lightning fast? I mean, I did check it. It said Saltry. Didn't even see you hover over it? Oh, shit. You getting old, Kaka? You getting old? Something that's really nice with Absolution, on this fight specifically, is that you do so much damage that the odds of him doing the bullet hell phase is very low. Like, it's so smooth. Oh, and he was just about to cast it, dude. He's just about to cast it. Okay, so here's a great shield. In this case, we have life, and we have level of all lightning skills. This is a great shield for us to use. In this case, you kind of want to quality it to have a higher chance with your jewelers, but I don't have that many jewelers, so I'm just going to do that. And we hit 3 blue. Great. That means I'm going to do this. I'm going to move these gems over, and I'm going to move these over here. And because we got extra level of lightning skills, that's going to increase the level of our Absolution. However, I have a spare blue socket, so now I can do this, and I can jeweler this, and we got 2 sockets. I don't have any chromatics, otherwise I will try to create a green socket, but at least we tried, right? So that's basically the process of that. And now Baron's going to scream at us and saying, the fuck did you do?
What in damnation?
And then we shut him up and we move on. Fast as fuck. Clearly. Clearly. Ooh, a delirium mirror. That's actually not bad. Your build can handle delirium, so if you do this, that can give you some extra currency or extra rewards that you can use for leveling. Now, we don't really care too much about it because we're level 41 at this point, which means I should actually equip these. And I should move my gems over to this new pair of glove and then resummon our zombies for this. And I don't really care that much about the reward from the deli. Not really that needed. It's always just good to do when you're leveling, especially in a league start scenario. It's always good to do because it's, you know, it's extra money, right? Potential sellable outcomes, uniques, you fucking name it, right? Even a low level cluster jewel can be good to use early on when your tree is ready. My league start character, I used the minion cluster, large one that I found, which was dog shit, but we used it. This is also really good. We have another falling. My current chest gives me a little bit of HP. I'm very bad on resistances. So I could use an Alcorb on it and realize that it is about the same. So I'm not going to use any chromes on it, trying to make it better. We got Fearsome Force now, and we move on. And as you can see, the rewards from this Delirium is not really that good, right? So getting div cards and items. Helmet enchant, restoration from any of the auras would be good. To be fair, I've lost my golem, resummon him, and we're still using Hero of Purity. We can drop the Hero of Purity to get Wrath if we wanted to, with a Generosity if we sort the colors for that. That would give us a lot more damage, but what's really important to point out with that setup is that it means you have less army of minions, or smaller army of minions that is soaking aggro. we don't need the damage. As you can see, we are doing an obnoxious amount of damage with this setup because of Absolution being so crazy that you don't really need it. Therefore, I'm keeping Herald of Purity for the majority, if not the entirety of the leveling through the acts, because it gets me myself will be kept safer. Because the build isn't very tanky until you start investing a big chunk of currency into the build. It is a rather squishy build by default. So basically, we're using this setup to keep ourselves safer. As soon as we get to the waypoint here, we want to run into the ossuary, get that shit done. Jesus, my nose is itching so much today. So dry. So again, we just move forward, get our minions up, and then we begin the aggressive convocations. And at this point, we are 2 levels behind. As you can see, we are keeping up with the levels drop, so we're always a little bit behind to make the most out of our time spent. Do you desecrate already? Yes, I do if I have a green socket, but I don't. Desecrate is one of the first things I drop because we already have so much damage. We don't need Flesh Offering. It's nice to have, but I'm not going to prioritize it in any means. So if I can get a green socket, great, but I would be prioritizing literally everything else. We do this. Don't forget the crafting recipe here. What we need is the green socket. If I get a red in the helmet, I can change my wand to something with a green socket as well. So there are solutions that you can play around with. You don't have to use the curse either, for that matter. We want to pick up the life flask now and use transmutations or chance orbs on them, trying to get an instant life roll or a bleed removal, which we still haven't gotten. We want to skip the Osula, whatever fucking face is, which it will be the first room when you go down to the wall there down here in the south. That's transmutation. I will, where did it go? Do that. Thermodynamics, no, don't want that. So in this case, this first gateway here will lead to that little boss. We don't need that. We don't need the jewel that quest provides. So we skip that and we move to the second one. The second one will give us the relics for the skill points, which is down here. Otula. Is that her name? Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right. In this case, we'll toss that out. So we move on. Another vampiric. Sheesh. And we're back to aggressive convocation. It's really smooth, actually. Convocation just speeds up the leveling process of mini builds so drastically. It's pretty crazy. I only have 2 minions. They're about to deplete, get new ones, and then back to aggressive convocation. Blue pack, we will kill that. That's a 2-stone ring. We do want to look at that. Life and a chunk of fire res. Hello. Can I equip that without losing the stats? I can. Looking at our resistances, as you can see now, we're pretty much capped, but we're going to lose a lot of resistances very soon. And now we're beginning the traveling to get to Cruel Preparation, which will give us a little bit of resistances. So when we do kill Kitava here in Act 5, we're losing some rest, but we'll still be pretty good on it because resistances is very, 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 very important in Act 6. Not so much now. It definitely helps survivability, but it's not crucial to have like as close to the cap as possible. But it does become crucial in Act 6. Hence why we want to prepare for that moment already during Act 5. So when we get there, we don't panic, because the solution is actually to remove Herald of Purity and add Purity of Elements as an aura instead. That is the solution if you're running into problems with resistances in Act 6. And that method might require you to spec into the aura reservation to ease up on your mana pressure. But that is a solution you can run with to help you with the resistances. If you only need rest on one specific version, then you can run without Purity of Elements, but I would actually recommend running the actual Purity of Elements in general to alleviate a lot of pressure of rest on your gearing. And like I said, we talked about before, the reason we're using Herald of Purity is not for damage. It is actually mainly there for the sake of providing you with defense, which is Purity of Elements doing as well. So you can actually do that if you prefer. So in this situation, we can check for flasks. I usually skip this if I don't need them right now and use them later when I'm finishing the build. We don't have jewels locked, so we're just going to do this. We hand in the Violent. I actually forgot to do that earlier. Get that skill point sorted, and then we vendor the remaining shit. So that's terrible. We do this, and now we have the option of getting more skill points to travel towards Cruel Preparation. We can look if there's anything we want to benchcraft, if it's worth it. For example, this one had a suffix open. And if you look at our resistances, we're pretty good on fire. Cold, not so much. Lightning is pretty bad. I'll head over because I saw I got a transmutation orb earlier. I will be using this instead of a flask. I'll put it on the rest because we're going to need it, so I don't forget it. So I'll put this. I'll go for the lightning rest. Take the small one because you don't have the big one at this point in the league. And then we go back to Reliquary when we take the waypoint back, because that's the fastest way to get to the boss. And we move. Rob Sipes coming in with a Prime subscription. Thanks so much for the support, dude. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Don't forget to link a Twitch account with your Discord account and get access to sub-channel, sir. Thank you so much. 3 minions and then aggressive convocation. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Get up to the rooftops. Loving video? Yeah, basically I'm just going to show the progress of everything that we're doing with the build. Most minion builds that are, well, most witch minion builds will be leveled this way, no matter if you're playing Absolution or not. But we're going to play Absolution as well. All right, so first things first, get ourselves some minions out and then do the convocation. So now that I have my minions, I'll just do this. And as you can see, everything is falling. I don't have to stop. It's easy leveling. We're level 43 in a 45 area. We're actually about to hit 44, so we're really good on the levels right now. We are good on resistances. We're actually pretty much capped. Cold Rest will be a problem in the next act, sorry. However, the Cold Rest, it's only problematic in the start of the act. Lightning and fire specifically is the more important ones during Act 6. But you're going to need all of them, especially at the end of Act 6 due to Brine King. So we want to cap all of our resistances. The entire Act 6 actually goes up with all of it. In this case, we just want to push damage out. I don't have a green socket, so I can't get Desecrate out, which would help. Bit of a shame, but it is what it is, right? Then I even forgot the curse. Lost our minion. Get the curse up. Stay away from those attacks. Stay away from that shit. Dodge that. And just surge the boss down, basically. Get the minions out. So basically, you'll have like no damage until you proc an Absolution. That's why it's so important to have the approach of a large chunk of meat shields, if you will. That is going to help you tank enemies and soak up aggro, so you don't have to tank everything. So no Absolution minions. As you can see, now I have to hit him to get 3. I only have 1 right now with some Herald. I got 2. I got 3. Now my damage is there. And as soon as I get the damage, the guy just dies so fast. And this is your leveling gear with 4-link. Generic 4-link. It is so simple. So simple. Minions carrying you? Yeah, it's like I said before. Leveling like this is basically you are your minion's minion. That's essentially it. You are your minion's minion. You're just there to make sure that they exist. That's all you're supposed to do. And then you just stay out of their fucking way and let them do their job. You know, Cruel Preparation already, but if you mean you would need to use your regrets later, which you get while leveling. Yes, but you're already going to spend regret orbs here. And I don't like doing this because it's not needed. You can, at any given time, you can drop Herald of Purity for Purity of Elements if you, at any given time, for some odd reason, end up in a panic situation where, shit, I need my rest sorted. Which is what I'm going to talk about in the TLDR recap video we're going to do right now. Alright, let's get some marks up and talk about this this process right now. So, now we have reached Act 6. The things that you need to focus on in Act 6 is very specific. Resistances, resistances, resistances. That's all you need to give a shit about. we have started in the previous act to use the cheap benchcraft as long as you got some transmutation orbs. That's very important. You can even benchcraft HP if need be. For example, on this piece here, I do have a suffix open. I can get a little bit more rest here if I need to. Make sure you have a heavy belt. Make sure you have a jade amulet to make sure you get the dexterity and your strength requirements up. I don't have a green socket for my desert grade still, so that's not very good. However, we did get a plus level lightning skills shield, which is actually very good with a good chunk of life. There is a suffix open. I can benchcraft resistances on this because as you kill Kitava in Act 5, I've now lost resistances. So the first thing first, I'll go to my hideout and I will benchcraft cold rest on my shield to fix that problem. As you not drop chromatics, I've actually used the chromatics already. So I'll do this. I go to rest, cold rest, the cheap one for 1 alt in transmutation. Where did I put my transmutation? I thought I had one. I don't have a transmutation, so we're not going to use it. I thought I had one. Either way, if you at any given time end up in a situation where your resistances are terrible or you're dying a lot because of your problem with resistances, what you want to do then is drop Herald of Purity, and instead of Herald of Purity, you would run with Purity of Elements. This will cover all your resistance problems, but it also removes a layer of defensive minions for you. So that's basically the strategy of sorting your elemental resistances. And that's literally all you need to think about throughout the entirety of Act 6, the entirety of Act 7, 8, 9. Moving forward, from this point on forward, you want to be as close or at the cap of your elemental resistances. As long as you're there, your defense will be fine. When it comes to your tree, what you want to focus on is if you feel that you're tanky, focus on damage nodes. If you feel that you need HP or that you're squishy, focus on life nodes. That's all you got to do. In our case, I'm skipping Death Attunement right now, and I'm going to go all the way into Cruel Preparation for life and resistances. Once I'm done with this, I'll take these nodes for the extra zombie and as well as extra damage. And the next steps after that will be to move into the right-hand side. If I need life, I'll go all the way down to the Written in Blood. If I'm feeling good and I want to reserve my auras for more damage, I would actually go pick up the aura reservation nodes and then pick up the Eldritch Battery as well as this node to sustain myself with Eldritch Battery. And then after that, we can also look into the Ravenous Sword. It all depends on how I feel. There's no really a written set in stone set that you should go for. It's all up to you how you want to play it. Socket-wise, gem-wise, there's nothing really changing outside of the fact that I can, if I want to, go for a lightning penetration. But I don't think it's worth it with this setup. We're just going to play it the way it is. And that's it. We're basically going to run with what we have throughout the remaining acts. So these ELDR recaps that I'm doing every act is going to be a bit shorter from here on out. All right, let's move into the acts. All right, so that was that mark. Right, what else do we want to do? Right, so I can look for chromatic recipes, but we're not going to bother that.
Stay sharp out there.
Yeah, like Kaka is saying, this is how you level the majority of all witch minion builds. That's it. Very straightforward. We still don't have an instant life flask. We still don't have a... we still don't have a... what's its face? Bleed removal flask either. But I will need to use my transmutations to prioritize my resistance lacking first. You should only use the Hero Absolution. You should actually be the go to how to level summoner. Easy peasy guide. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. Definitely. I'll still keep leveling or looting the life flasks. Because once we're done with the resistance with our transmutations, I will be using the transmutations on the flask again. Use simple summon scatter for one or more defensive layer. I'm already summoning so many minions. And Absolution is a temporarily summoned minion, and you only have so much mana and so many sockets. So adding more to it would just cause problems. You're leveling your RS gems? What do you mean with RS? The Race Spectres? No. This build will only go to 3 Spectres. If anything, you would prioritize leveling Absolution with this, which I'm not at the moment, because right now we're focusing the transmutations on to be spent for benchcraft for resistances, as well as benchcraft for resistances. As wait, 3 months is remaining. Wait, what? Transportations are spent on benchcrafts as well as my flasks right now. So because of that, I will not be buying the off-slot gems to level them. It doesn't matter that much because it's not that much experience you're losing. You might have to do a couple of more maps when you're higher level later by buying those gems later on. Really. 1 monster remaining.
One person's beginning is another person's end.
Where?
I want
Are you shitting me?
your
No, talk to Lily. Thank you. So it's not a panic to do it early. Yeah, it's usually cheap as well. That's true, but I mean, you can just level it. It's not a big deal, right? And plus, they're like the primal should be fine surviving, and you won't get him for a few days anyways till the community has gotten it in the global spectre sharing channel, unless you get an harvest with it and you get lucky, right? It's still a tier 4 seed, right? Primal Rex matriarch. Yeah, and failed corruptions. Yeah, definitely. Especially if the race spectre build is not meta, which it hasn't been for a while now since they gutted it, right? So as you can see right now, we're lacking a little bit of cold rest and a little bit of lightning rest. So the priority right now is get our minions up so we can start the convocation strat. And after that, it's all about making sure we get some transmutation. That means we want to loot blue items. So if at any given time we get some magic items, we're going to loot them. Because we want to make sure that we sell them for the transmutations, essentially. That means selling them unidentified. Bring unending hunger. I mean, unending hunger still exists in the game. It's just specters are not as good as they used to be. That's the only problem, right? We don't have to do the side quest here. We're just gonna go straight into mud flats. We're gonna rush for the fiery Bossaruni. Step by step, boys. We're in the convocation strat. As you can see, I don't need to stop the cast. My minions will deal with it. It's just so smooth. So smooth. And just help Zerg down the boss. And as you can see, we don't even have optimal damage gems or auras. Well, gems we do, but not auras to do this. And we're still just shitting on everything. And you can see here the cold damage there is a bit scary. So just that's why one of the main reasons why resistances are so important during Act 6. And it just keeps being important as you move forward through the acts as well. Especially when you get to chevrons, for example. When I convocate on left click, because I don't want to convocate when I don't want to convocate. I want to convocate when I want to convocate. Does that make any sense? I want to make sure I can convocate on top of a pack. That increases my clear speed. If I keep convocating, I might convocate before I get into a pack, and that's not going to make me clear faster. Controlling the convocation is always going to be better than having it on left click. People are just too fucking lazy, and they lose clear speed for doing so.
I need more mana.
As you can see here, I can literally sit in this fire res, and that's not a problem. And the fire beam. That's not something you can do if you haven't sorted your resistances. So that makes this fight very, very easy. I mean, it doesn't mean that I can't die because it still hurts like a motherfucker, but at least it makes it a lot easier to deal with. And now I could just move out of it and be safe again. And I was able to do this because of the fact that I'm running with a high amount of fire res. If you want to, you can actually stay here and make sure that you pick up the Pantheon. You don't have to if you want to be fast about it, but you can talk to this, and now you can pick up the physical damage reduction, which is actually not that bad. Molten Shell left click, if you convocate left click, because Molten Shell gives me a pretty high uptime of a defensive scaling ability, which I want to have up as much as possible, because I can get hit from things I didn't see. That's why I want to have Molten Shell on left click. Convocation has nothing to do with a temporarily set time-based buff that I have for defensive for a defensive reason. Convocation is there in the Meixsell build to keep my minions safe and alive, so I want to convocate when I need to get them to safety. Whereas in this build, I want to convocate in an offensive manner where I want to use them in specific scenarios where they're supposed to help me do clearing faster. Therefore, I don't want that shit to be on cooldown when I don't want to use it. And when I want to use it, I don't want it on cooldown. For example, right there, I can convocate straight into the pack instead. I'll show you again. If I convocate now, that won't be good. But if I go in, or if I convocate it now, and I want to have them over here instead, I wouldn't clear that pack in half a second. It would take me maybe 1.5 seconds. Now add a second to pretty much, you know, 90% of the packs you're going to encounter. And some packs taking more than a second to kill because you convocated them to before. Maybe you're forced to start casting again. I mean, that's, you know, that's half a second that I'm standing still casting. Maybe 2 or 3 times. Suddenly it's, instead of 1 second, it's 4, 5, 6 seconds. Now add those to the packs and you'll just rapidly ramp up the time spent leveling. There's no reason for that. Yeah, Bone Barrier, Molten Shell, it's the same approach. I mean, if you want to be lazy about it, just put it on left click. It's just you defeat the entire purpose of having Convocation. Like, in my opinion, the entire purpose of Convocation goes away when you put it on left click. Empty red sockets, because I don't have very much armor. And again, we want to avoid having too many sockets and too many skills to play around with. The fewer abilities that you deem as mandatory, the better. And I've said this before, there are multiple ways you can make this build or this leveling approach faster or more effective. The thing is, you have to take into consideration at some point you have to take losses. For example, if you're speed running, well, you kind of want to make sure that you don't equip a body armor till later. You also barely spec into life nodes. You focus on offensive nodes to make it as fast as possible, right? All of those things come into play. And it's rather important. But we're not looking to min-max speed. We're looking to create a smooth and comfortable leveling experience for new and newer players in the game. And this is how you do it. Convocation's main purpose is saving AD's ass. In the base Kelly build? Yeah. It is. It is actually. So what happens if your AG is standing on a pack of bears? And you have Convocation on left click and it's on cooldown? Bye-bye fucking 10, 12 Exaltas if you have a high body version. Fuck that. Fuck that. There's a minimum dot DPS and looking to kill Maven or Umbrella Series. No idea. It depends on the build you're playing. I know Vortex can do it with like 200k or something. It's not going to be very smooth, but it's gonna take a while to kill as well. But it's definitely doable. Hello, honey. How was your day? The sewer thing is the drain in the showers is sorted. Yeah, I'm gonna clean it up. They didn't do it. They showed me how to do it as well, actually. So I know how to do it now. So we don't have to call them. I can do it. I know. But no, it's so weird with those cast iron drains. Like, I had no idea. Like, I was Googling around, right? And everything I could find was like, oh, you gotta use this tool and that tool. I'm like, I don't have that. Yeah, I think so as well. But I mean, they showed me how to do it. It wasn't actually that hard, but it's impossible to know because you can't see through that water, right? So he described it for me and showed me how to do it. So now I know. Look at the budget PUB. Notice it doesn't connect Purity of Flesh and Spiritual Command like currently, and instead takes 2 int nodes. Yes. Yes. It does. That is because you're only taking the 2 remaining life nodes later, but it's kind of fine. You can do both approaches. The difference is honestly better. It's just that you want to prioritize certain other nodes, which means that you're very likely going to take these 2 nodes away, which makes this traveling more efficient than these 4 points. But once you have these 2, you should respec these 2 into those 2 nodes. I was a little bit contemplating how I was going to do that with the display in the guide. So the guide does show the kind of incorrect version, if you will, with those 2 points. Difference is so small, but it also means that you have a better progression for it with that tree, which is why I decided to just keep it. I'm not sure. I might change it later. I'm not sure about it. It's such a small difference, but obviously it is a difference. Now we got Cruel Prep, but you can see our resistance is better. We got plenty of Transmutation Orbs, so we're going to start using them for crafting. How's your day at work, Lenny? It was good. Anything fun happen? No. We need Dexterity badly. This is a good point where we're going to be looking into the aspect of us specking into plus 30 Dexterity. This is one of the reasons why these 2 points traveling here is regularly better. I might do that so that I can spec into Agility without losing points. Because right now, I need Dexterity. However, we have a plenty of Transmutation Orbs. And we have a suffix open on our belt. We have a suffix open on our chest. And we have a suffix open on our helmet. That means we have plenty of options to sort resistances. And we have plenty of options to sort attributes. A global chat is this? It's my global chat. 6666. Ouch. 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 Yep. Yeah, I know. I stood right next to him when he called you.
No. Called. Then I called it back.
Mm-hmm.
First thing I heard was your voice.
Oh.
So I was like.
Yeah. Want to get meaning AoE early? No, only when you feel like you're okay with taking damage. Spiritually, that benefits me as well. It does. It does. I personally don't think it's worth specking into though. My damage is not going to be that significant. It helps early on. It's just that the idea with this build is not for you to deal damage. It's your minions to deal damage. And I like to play the build in a way that it's played in the late game stage, if you will. All right, so we're going to head back to our hideout now. I'm going to fix our resistances. We need Cold Rest mainly, and we need Lightning Rest. We also need Dexterity. Very important. Very important. So in this case, I will prioritize, since this one is a amulet, which is filled. We'll take the shield. We'll drop a Dexterity on it. The cheap one, it's an augment. That, so we can level Skitter bots. We'll take this one. We'll go for resistances. The small one, we can do Alk one actually, but we're not going to. We're going to do this. And I did have a suffix open on one more piece, didn't I? Well, not there. Belts. So we'll take another Cold Rest. We do this. And as you can see now, we're almost capped on Cold Rest. Lightning a little bit down. Reason I'm prioritizing Cold Rest in this specific scenario is because we're going to head into Brine King. First it's Avarat, that's fire, and then it's Brine King, that's cold. Lightning is not that important right now. It is important, but those two have the highest priority, hence why we fix those two first. And then we keep moving. Dexterity good? Yeah, we have to. We have to expect Dexterity. I have to fix food myself today? You eating with Lynn or? Alright. Right, that's today. Oh, when are you coming back home? Like super late? You driving or is she driving? No, she's driving because no, oh, it's in town? Oh, where? Shit, I didn't even know. So you're gonna be super wasted. Oh shit, what do you mean no? You're going out with Lynn? Of course you're gonna get wasted. You're gonna come home super wasted and then you're gonna fall asleep on my floor here in the streaming room. We all know it. Don't even deny it. Hope you have a good time. Excited? Not excited, you're just tired. Okay, that doesn't sound good. Boys, what are we gonna eat today? Sorry? Ooh, look at that helmet, dudes. That. I don't need the fire rest though. That's a bit of a shame. No pure development? No. Pure development is only if you need it. And if you don't need it, you actually keep Hero Purity. Now, my gear has covered me. I already talked about it earlier, where I mentioned that if you do need resistances, you skip the fucking... you skip the fucking Hero Purity and you go in Pure Development instead, which will keep you safer. Disaster with the Prime Server 4 months. Thank you so much. Do you appreciate that, man? Thank you.
Hey at GhazzyTV, thank you for everything.
Okay, it's my genuine pleasure, man. Wouldn't be able to do this without the support, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Heating up.
Good shit. My Swedish friends pick up things. Fair. You should try Smörgåstårta. That shit is good. Hannah has no taste, but that is good. But you don't even eat sushi, Hannah. You don't.
Honey, you eat hamburgers 5 days a week, and I don't have any taste.
What's wrong with hamburgers?
You eat it too often. That's
You
what's
eat
wrong.
food 7 days a week. You don't see me
You know what I'm
complaining.
gonna eat today?
What are we gonna eat today?
Hamburgers.
You're gonna eat hamburgers?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
is.
my 4th this week.
4th hamburger this
Yeah.
week. Hamburgers has everything. There's some bread. There's some meat.
I'm tired of hamburgers. I don't want to eat ever fucking again.
I think you're complaining a little bit too much.
I am not
Oh,
complaining.
there's the bleed immunity. Bleed immunity has been secured. Now we want instant life recovery. So now we have the anti-bleed, which is good shit. I guess we're ordering burgers then, guys. What do you guys think? Actually, I don't even know what I want for food today. I need to kill Actan Kitawa before I order, though. What is a great Swedish cuisine? Smörgåstårta. There's no English word for it. Google it. It's delicious. My voice is still with pancakes. Burger sounds good. Why don't you cook at home? Mark, would you appreciate if I said, "Hey guys, give me an hour. I'm just gonna go AFK to cook food and then come back"? No, I'm cooking on my day offs. When I'm not streaming, I cook. Pizza? Oof. You know, actually, I haven't had pizza in quite some time because I kept getting burgers. Fish cake is the closest. Fish cake.
When I'm ready and not before.
You wanted the helmet, right? Yeah. You could stream cook. I have done that. We had a sub goal for that, actually. Shit you not. Shit you not. I was actually wearing a maid outfit when we did it as well. I was wearing a fucking maid outfit. Not my proudest moments, but, you know. Chat wanted it, so it happened. Oh, come on. He was dead, dude.
Too much clutter.
Your health is the more important thing. Yeah, I agree, Mark. I agree. And I've got bills to pay and food to pay for. So that's not doable without... divines. What do you do with divines? I'm confused. Confirm. Thank you. GT man. All right. Back on leveling. A mirror also absolution. I mean, maybe we'll make a mirror helmet. That could be fun, actually.
Who
Anyways, we're gonna hand in some quests, but first we need to vendor. And Aberrath reward for the skill point Rooney. I could actually go down here for the life nodes. Thank you, sir. Dexterity. I could take that, but that's strength actually. Ah, fuck it. We keep moving here then. What's up, Tarkley?
Good work. Another. Farewell.
You know what? I don't need damage. I don't need HP, so I'm just gonna take the onslaughts and go from there. Some paella without chorizo, please. Oh. Oh, no. I don't want to eat that. I really don't want to eat that. You know why? Because if I order, like, if I buy the ingredients for that here in Sweden, I will get the Chinese shrimps, for example. And they're like, compared to Mediterranean shrimps, they're like fucking rubber. Okay? It's like chewing on rubber in comparison to what you get in the Mediterranean seas. Like, when I was in Barcelona and I had paella, holy fuck, it was good. It was so good, dude. And if I had paella here in Sweden, it's like... you can't even compare it. Like, you cannot compare it. It's quite insane what the difference is. And shrimps in New Zealand, Australia is also really fucking good. Alright, so basically what we're doing right now, we're level 47, 49 area, Riguchi, we're just powering through. Basically the rest of the acts right now is just us doing, we're just clicking convocation. You own 2 shrimp farms? Wait, you're the owner of 2 shrimp farms. Where is here? Like in Barcelona or where? Philippines? Oh, that's so cool, dude. That's amazing. Oh my god, dude. I want some shrimps now, but I don't want to order shrimps here in Sweden. We only get shit stuffs, man. Ah. That's so cool. I never heard about anyone owning a shrimp farm. I mean, obviously it exists, so that's pretty cool, dude. Actually cool, dude. Not something you hear every day. Shrimp and crabs. Oh, dude, my mouth is watering, man. Oh, man. Now, we can't do this. I need to finish this before I order food, boys. We need to finish this before I order food. God damn it, man. No, we don't have that here in Sweden. We literally don't have good restaurants. Well, we have good restaurants with decent shrimps. That's not the problem. The problem is that the shrimp that the restaurants are using, they're not imported from the Mediterranean. They're imported from China. And the Chinese shrimps are not as good as the Mediterranean ones. Or the like New Zealand, Australian ones, like anywhere there. The Philippines as well, for that matter. But imported shrimps and like the Chinese ones, they're not that good. I don't like them. Talking about crabs moving towards Rhine King, it's very fitting. Very fitting. Yes, they have better suppliers, but it's still the same origins. It's still the same origins. I don't know. I mean, maybe I can go for like sushi, maybe. Homegrown shrimps. It's so cool, man. You know, it would be fucking amazing if I could stream from like Philippines, Singapore, New Zealand, Australia, anything like that. Well, their internet is shit, but I mean Singapore, I know that's fucking amazing. When I was there with Ship Dock, it was so cool, dude. That was so cool. The food. Oh. All right, we gotta stop talking about food. I'm fucking starving here. Like, I'm fucking hungry right now. Okay? I am hungry. But I want to finish all 10 acts before I order any food. This little project of ours. We've reached the point where we are literally just convocation running right now. That's it. I'm just convocating at this point. And leveling. Convocating and leveling, essentially. Let's keep pop. It's a good song. Don't forget the bench crap recipe that's down there when you run up here, by the way. I keep forgetting it and I have to run back to pick it up. It's fucking annoying. Recreate themselves? Yeah, that would actually be really nice. That would actually be very nice. Blueprint time. I wish you the best of luck then, sir. Culling strike. I don't think they're gonna add more notables to the clusters. I think that GG will be very, very careful with clusters in general. Actually. We'll see though. I don't know what I'm gonna order though. Like, should I go for? I'm thinking. I'm thinking the best option would be like sushi, burgers, or pizza. That's the three ones I'm thinking about. I just don't know. But I'm like super fucking hungry. I would love sushi. The problem with sushi is I would need to order like 30 or 40 pieces to get full. And that's a fuckload of money. Sushi's so expensive to make me full. I'm a big boy, okay? I'm a fucking big boy. Too full, your strong body. Dude. Me and a buddy, when I used to work out the most, we went to a sushi buffet once. And you guys know how guys can be. You know how guys can be, right? You know, one guy comes up with a stupid idea and everyone's like, "Yo, let's fucking do it," right? So my buddy, he came up with this brilliant idea that we were gonna see who could eat the most sushi, okay? And both of us are worked out a lot, and we ate a lot of food, okay? So we started fucking mowing those sushis down, dude. I don't even remember how many we ate. It was insane. Anyways, so randomly the sushi that was available at the buffet, they started running out. So, you know, obviously we asked the waiter to be like, "Yo, there's no more of that sushi or this sushi, right?" Like the fucking tuna rolls and shit. Upon which she frowned at us and she said, No, we don't have any more. So we ate the rest that was on the tables. So they just stopped serving us. I was kind of upset, actually. And when we packed our things to leave, they put out more. Fucking assholes. It was fun, though.
So courageous. Such a fine example.
So he's only worth it at the buffet?
I simply knew
Not really. I mean,
or my husband.
there are some really good sushi places where I live.
Could never be safe
Sushi block, you guys? I know, right? Bro, I'm just hungry, man. I'm just hungry.
sister.
Sushi burger? That sounds disgusting as fuck. Not gonna lie, that's probably the most disgusting thing I've heard in a long time, actually. Holy shit. Where in Sweden you live in? Helsingborg. Just at the northwestern border or coast of Skåne. Denmark. Okay, Kaka. At least, Kaka, I don't live in a Skåne colony. Okay. But there's no such thing as eating too much. It's a buffet. Eat all you want. And if I want to eat all I want, and I paid for it, then I want to eat all I want. That shouldn't stop me. Then I want to get refunded. We didn't ask for a refund, obviously. We're not that much of a dicks. Should have sued them. Can I get my Brian King? Thank you, spank you. Aberrath, maybe? Tukohama. Let's do the Aberrath, whatever. Exile to the bridge. Encampment. We're gonna do a quick TLDR. We're gonna do a quick TLDR. All right, we have just finished Act 6 and we're in Act 7. The strategy is literally the same as before. If you panic with resistances, remove Herald of Purity, grab the Purity of Elements. In my case, I'm pretty okay on resistance. A little bit bad on lightning, so I'll just be looking for items that sorts this. The other thing we'll be looking for during Act 7 is actually more dexterity, because the tree doesn't allow me to put in a plus 30 dexterity at the moment. So I'll be trying to get that in other sources. For example, a better amulet. If I have some benchcraft options like I have on the shield, I'll benchcraft dexterity. So I'll try to focus on that aspect a lot. And just getting the resistance sorted. And if I ever at any time need to panic on it, I can just put a Herald of Purity, taking away that one and adding Purity elements and benchcrafting dexterity wherever I can. And the problem is solved. That's basically what we'll be doing during Act 7. Other than that, we're not really looking for anything specific. We're just going to progress. When we're done with Act 7, that's when we're going to eyeball the first 2 labs. So let's just kick into it. I'm just doing some quick TLDR recap videos for this, for the video we're going to post about this. No one you know with a Prime sub. Thanks so much, dude. Are you sure that you're someone I don't know? Are you sure? Device with tanky AG boots. Counts roots, I guess. Counts roots. I'd assume, at least. What's our play right now? We've been playing pretty chill, right? 3 hours of chilling. It's not too bad, actually, considering how casually we've been doing this. Blood dance with a region. I mean, that works as well. No, but you can use the implicit Eldritch currency, Kaka. So a rare pair in that case would work as well, right? With flat region and percent region, and that would also work.
I need more mana.
Also helps out with making sure that there's enough resistances for him. Five hours, super smooth the first day without practice. I haven't done any practice runs before I did this. I even forgot the fucking Quicksilver in the first, well, first couple of summons before somebody reminded me. But no, we're doing this just straight out of the blue. We're not pushing. We don't have any racing strats. I'm just showing people how to do this in a casual approach, smooth and easy. But most importantly, it is the smooth aspect of it. You don't need to focus on being super stressed with anything. It's just a lean back, chill approach. There's some things that we're doing that I keep showing you guys that makes it easier and faster to play. But they're very minimal things that you can just adapt to as you play. It's just very smooth to do this. It was max res and a good gear doppelganger, but 3L Lilio with beyond very juice map whipped his ass. Could have just been a very unlucky situation. What's your support gems for him?
When I'm ready and not before.
I mean, bad that time of your stream. Thank you, Matrix. I appreciate that. I'm sorry to hear about your split personality disorder, but yeah, I appreciate that last one. Oh, you think I'm joking? Oh, I know. I know you're not Beyonce. You know how I know? Have you seen this face? Have you seen this face? If Beyonce was watching this stream, she'd be sending me nudes every fucking day. Okay? That's all I would get on my Discord PMs. And since that is clearly not happening, you can't be Beyonce. Okay? Logics. JC wonders where the hell is Beyonce. What are you talking about? JC is my side hoe. What are you talking about? Or is that what you call a side chick or side? I don't even know. It's a fucked up expression. Rebirth. Why am I even looting div cards? Like, it's not like I'm gonna use them in this one anyways. Both are used? Alright. Doesn't matter. Wailing Essence of Fiara. What level are we? 49. We're 2 levels behind. Everyone's happy. Fuck that orb. Alright, moving on. Side bro. Dude, I ain't got side bros, man. I ain't got no side bros. I got fucking bros. Or they're nothing. They're either my bro or they're nothing to me, okay? Side crows. Well, that's true. That's true. I do have side crows. Did you make your 5k Exalt goal? Nope. I was 2 cards away, and then we lost over 1,000 X of Gambas. I gave all the cards to Anter. He's working his ass off on them. He's working his ass off on them.
When I'm ready and not before.
Goddamn Anter stepping up his game and being like, yo, GHAZZY, I got your cover, man. I'll run the fucking cards for you. I'll be like, yo, dude, that's pretty fucking, that's a bro. That's a bro right there, man. That's a goddamn bro. Goddamn Anter, a true bro. Truest of bros. Front bro. If I was single, Anter would be my wingman. That's the kind of bro he is, okay? That's the kind of bro he is. He's got my back, dude. The Absolution? Mitra? Yeah, for sure. For sure, dude. You don't need much to make this kill pretty much anything in the game. It's pretty disgusting. The amount of damage you can pull out of this build. Why am I picking these up again? Yeah, dude, I have the same problem. I'm trying to force myself not to loot them anymore. It's awkward not to loot them as well. That's the worst part. It's like super awkward not to loot them. With the gold looking twist. I have a guide how to make that happen for us. All you have to do is type !sockets, watch that video, and if you have any follow-up questions, just let me know. Just !sockets. And check out the guide. It's a quick one. It's a quick guide. Goes through how to do it. And if you like the video, just make sure you let me know. Cool, thank you. Anytime, dude. My pleasure, man. Why don't you level with Mage Blood? Because that wouldn't be a league start scenario, would it be? Would it? Yo, GHAZZY here with another Path of Exile video. I'm gonna show you how to level between Act 1 and 10 to the league start scenario. First off, we're gonna get a mirror helmet, a mirror weapon, and a Mage Blood. Perfect flasks, and now we're just zooming, boys. We're just zooming at this point. No, we're not doing that. I'm actually leveling a solo self-fun right now. Oh, thank you, Spank. I forgot to say thank you, Spank you. Did I forget that? But haven't we already established, Avia, that I only do that for you, specifically for you? Don't tell Anna. I really need to stop doing this. Like, maybe Ivia is just a 14-year-old and I'm sitting here, and that's kind of sus, dude. This is shit. Ivia, are you jailbaits? I have to know. I have to know. Are you jailbaits? Would you consider yourself to be jailbaits? Please say no, just for me. Just for me. Just please say no, okay? Just say no. I don't care. Just say no so I can feel better about it, okay? I am not. Okay, we're good. We're good, boys. We're good. Boom. How you doing, Avia? It's good to see you again, by the way. You guys don't have that when you create them. Okay, man. Can you hack the system and get a Mage Blood? I don't know. Can you? I know a certain somebody who wouldn't be happy if you hacked their website. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And his name is Paul. Lead web dev for GGG, actually. His name is actually Paul. And that guy can drink. He's really nice to hang out with. I met Paul and his girlfriend Stacy. Stacy, who made the patch notes when she was sick, actually. Last league, I think it was. That was her. Really cool people. When we were there at ExileCon in New Zealand. No, it is not Paul Walker, no. And no, it is not Paul Walker incarnate either. Our time as it is? True. Are you gonna min-max the build? It is very likely that I will, because I have the currency, so it is very likely that I will, yes. But we're going to... I want to show you guys gear progression from low to medium to high first. Then we go crazy on it. I want to make sure that people get something useful out of the content that I create. So I'll prioritize on playing this in a lower body version. There's also another hidden agenda, actually, in this one. Dum. There's a hidden agenda as to why I'm playing Absolution. And I will tell you right now. I firmly believe that GGG will fuck up and destroy Mage Skeletons next league. I firmly believe that's gonna happen. I think that they're gonna double whammy nerf the living fuck out of it. and Mage Skeletons will be okay to play at best. That's what I think is gonna happen. I genuinely believe that's gonna happen. And because I believe so, I want the backup minion build. Since Spectres are fucked, I believe that the strongest version after Mage Skeletons is Absolution. So, if I go crazy on them juicing in this one, then I know what I'm gonna do next league. That means we're going to hard test the higher body version of this versus like simulacrums and all that jazz, right? Have some fun with it. Let's just keep going. Well, Aegis Aurora is not needed to make it super tanky though. Chance to summon. That's why I'm making the build tanky, so he doesn't give a fuck about not summoning sometimes. Ralakesh. What band is this? Qualia, isn't it? It has to be, right? Qualia? Confusing Paradise? Guitar though. I have to check. It is Qualia.
When I'm ready and not before.
It's nice. It's better than high-end cold convert CG. Oh yeah, for sure. The biggest problem with Absolution is clearing. There are solutions for that. There are actually really good solutions for that. And I will be looking into them all. That's what we're going to play around with. Yeah, I really like the guitar in this song. I forgot to listen to this just a couple of weeks ago. I'm not a big fan of his clean vocals. I prefer the growls he's doing, actually. Like, they're so on point. Unrelated, sorry, but why do harvest mobs kill me always? I have less deaths against Seers compared to harvest mobs. That's because harvest mobs are on crack. And basically their drug dealer told them that you are part of the DEA. So whenever they see you, they go berserk. And they're like, yo, fuck you, I want my drugs. Okay? So they fuck you over. Especially the blue ones. I'm assuming most of your deaths are to the blue harvest crops. Those are the ones that are nasty. Nasty as fuck. Oh my god, speaking of nasty. That hurts. Oh, what the fuck? Deliver them to Jena. I can do that. Should I leave the DEA? If you leave the DEA, they will stop killing you. Yes, that's true. That's true. You may see the benefit at all from Amamonu's Abyss Jewel. Doesn't seem like we prioritize Dot anywhere else. No, they do not benefit from that at all. Where the MTX at? I'm trying to simulate a new or newer player. Do you think a new or newer player would have the money? Or would have like a fuckload of MTXs? No. No, they don't. I don't think anyone has donated anything today either. So I mean, you think like I'm trying to be a new player. I'm broke, man. I can't afford any fucking MTXs, dude. It just doesn't work that way. Doesn't work, man. Oh, another vampiric. I hope this shit works, dude. From pleb to nerd. I hate the yellow-green ones, not because they're hard, because they're running hiding corners every map. Oh, yeah, yeah. That shit's so annoying. That's true. That is true, sir. Look like dog shit without MTX. You don't like the OG set? You're really complaining about GGG's talents to make the basic gear look decent? Bruh. Bruh, 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 bruh. Bruh. What the fuck? Get your clarity amulet done. Well, it's not really what I'm looking for, Malcolm.
When I'm ready and not before.
Chaos Orb. Oh, Chaos Orb, we're rich. We're actually rich now. I dropped what? 3 Chaos Orb. I dropped 3 Chaos Orbs. And I'm in Act 7 already. That's insane, dude. 3 fucking Chaos? Sheesh. Absolutely insane. Starter client. Well, everyone got Tabula in the early state of the league with the league mechanic, man. Just saying. Streamer luck confirmed. It is, yeah. 3 chaos this early. It's actually a lot of currency. Actually a lot of currency. I'm no clowning. No cap. No cap, boys. Kishiara's locket to the Wall City, boys. 4 chaos. That's insane, dude. No, this was annoying to listen to. Can we get some other music, please? Stupefy? Ah, that's good shit.
Just in time.
Hey, Wolfie, what's up, dude? How you doing, dude? Yeah. Hold up a minute now. Yeah, fuck me. I was typing. I need to VIP Wolfie. Why is he not VIP in the stream? Gotta VIP him, man. That's fucking Wolfio, the one and only. God damn it. Can't be in my stream without a VIP badge, dude. Should have said something, Wolfio. Shame on me. Shame on me. So sorry. Some Harry Potter song now? Yes, this is a Harry Potter song. That is correct. Stupefy.
Just in time.
Where do you think J.K. Rowling's got her idea from? She was spending a, casual Saturday evening, drinking a cup of tea, listening to fucking Stupefy by Disturbed, headbanging like a motherfucker with that long ass blonde hair she's got, right? And be like, yo, that's a cool fucking name of a spell. Yeah. And so is the story. That's the story of how the Stupefy spell was invented. True story. Wait, Harry Potter's new game is an action RPG? Bro, these movie games, they make so many of them. It's insane. So many. So fucking many. It's like, come on, bro. Like, what's the actual play around here? Like, when are they gonna settle? Weren't they talking about like an MMORPG game not long ago as well?
When I'm ready and not
Like a Harry Potter MMORPG? Wasn't that actually gonna be a thing? Or am I going crazy? Oh, it's open world action RPG. So it's an ARPG now. I thought it was an MMORPG, not ARPG. Oh shit. Fucking hell. GGG in shambles. I can't believe Lost Ark is being played by so many people now. It's insane, dude. All the swiping and shit. I thought people would react harder to the swiping. But they're not. It's like, people are like, yeah, it's okay with a little bit of pay to win. You know what the next thing is gonna happen? You guys understand the impact of what's happening with Lost Ark, right? The fact that Lost Ark is so big, despite pay-to-win features, more and more games will start to feel okay with having pay-to-win features in their game. Because Lost Ark was fine. Why can't their game be fine? Swiping when you swipe the credit card. Pay-to-win. Like, more people will feel fine with introducing pay-to-win games into the West world. That's literally my biggest problem. I don't mind Lost Ark. It looks like a great game, and the pay-to-win features are so-so, but it's going to introduce these features in other games because the West world is now being introduced to the point where that is fine to use, which I disagree with. I don't like no hinder jewels or whatever, Porteous. Gets me a loot pet. I'm okay with it. Pay to win in NFTs, future gaming. Yeah. I'm going to do shit for pay to win content law. The gaming market is already full of it. Basically every game now. Yes, but the games that are very popular doesn't have it. This opens up for games that doesn't have pay to win features to feel okay with introducing pay to win features. There's a risk for it. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just saying that there's a risk for it because the pay to win features are seen as okay in Lost Ark. And I don't like it. Destiny 2 is pay to win. I actually don't know what they did. I played Destiny 2, but when it was released, right? I stopped playing it because 2 months after they released it, they released an expansion that was paid. I was like, yo, what the fuck, dude? Plus the raids were too fucking easy. Well, Amazon did say that they're trying to remove the pay to win and say they aren't happy it's pay to win right now. Watch the newest Asmongold video. But how can a company that publishes the game say that they're not happy with the pay to win and we're gonna try to remove it? Just remove it. I mean, fucking hard can it be?
When I'm ready and not before.
I know, man. And damage is done. What shareholders say? I don't give a fuck about the shareholders. I care about having a solid ass game. That's why I like the buy to play approach that Path of Exile have. You play the game enough, you gotta buy some fucking stash tabs. Free to try. Doesn't Final Fantasy have that as well, where you can play it for free, but at a certain point you end up with less, right? Yeah, like once you get to the latest expansion, you'll have to pay for the expansion, right? That's a great model in my opinion. Yeah, you can try the game out for free, and you can decide if you like it or not, right? Yeah, without paying for the subscription and everything. It's crazy. I love that. I love that idea. They aren't happy that you pretty much have to pay to win to get tier 3 after the patch. It's easy to get tier 3 than before. So basically, they're just making it easier to not need to swipe, but they're still gonna let the swipe exist. That's basically what I'm hearing. That's not removing the pay to win feature, though. It's like saying that you can buy 10 Chaos Orbs every day in Path of Exile for real life money. But then GGG would say, well, we don't like that it's so easy, that it's so hard to get currency in the game, so people will swipe for it. So instead, we're just going to increase the drop rates of Chaos Orbs a little bit. The problem is still there, though. The problem is still there. I know, I'm just very salty with that topic. I'm sorry for being so salty. I wish you probably just dropped the topic because I don't have anything good to say when it comes to it.
I need more mana.
Crybaby said it pay to win when they can't play a free-to-play game on tier 3 with zero money spent. Okay, how much time have you played just chilling? Do you think someone that is a casual gamer can even encounter and enjoy the end game of the content or that type of level of new content that gets released if they only play 2 hours a day? I think that's where the biggest problem is. Anyways, let's just drop the topic, shall we? Actually, I will say this. I will say this. I have 2.5 thousand Exalteds. I have another couple of thousands in House of Mirrors cards. I have thousands of Exalteds. Everyone can do it. It's fine. I did it. It also meant that I slept 4 to 5 hours a day for the first almost 2 weeks of the league, which, you know, everyone can do it. All you have to do is quit your job. I don't know. I don't like that argument. Maybe I'm just salty about it. The thing is, the game is good though. If we go away from the pay to win features, the game looks good and it's definitely working out very well. People love playing it, right? Right? And you don't have to pay to win. I just don't like that it exists, because if you can, there will always be people that will. And that's kind of disheartening for a lot of people, depending on how you play. That's how I feel about it. That's one of the main reasons why I was supposed to play Lost Ark. It just ended up with me not doing it because of the pay-to-win features. It was just such a big downer for me that if I wanted to catch up and play the game, I would have to swipe my fucking ass off to catch up, and I don't have time for that. I'm having too much fun in PoE. Quitting now because GHAZZY says so. Oh man. XP boost. I mean, isn't Lost Ark an MMO game? Isn't it literally an MMO game where the game really starts when you're max level? So an experience boost is whatever, right? Alright, let's just drop the topic. I'm sorry for even bringing it up. I'm sorry for even bringing it up. We're gonna do a recap video. I'm gonna do a recap video on for YouTube for this.
Out there well. Now so, fair winds and calm seas.
Be well.
Turn your one. Yeah. There's an Asmir. Keep your life to your own.
All right. Let's make a marker. All right, boys, we have now reached Act 8, and the same thing as Act 7. The only thing we want to prioritize is sorting our resistances and keeping our dexterity at a good pace. We are most likely going to enter some problems in Act 8 with dexterity as our desecrate levels up. Sorry, our Scarabot levels up, and we don't need to level the desecrate, but I still don't have a green socket. I do have 2 chromatics, so I could try to squeeze out a green socket just like that, actually. Nice. So now we have desecrate again, so that's really good. Outside of this, just focus on getting the resistances up, focus on getting your life up. Tree-wise, depends. I'm at a point where my life is good, my rest is good, my damage is good. I can spec whatever I want, which is why I've taken the opportunity to do this entire traveling. And I'm going to keep doing the traveling all the way to these life nodes. So I'm going to take those nodes right there. And now we have aura nodes here, aura nodes here. We also have a jewel node here, and jewel node here. We don't have any jewels right now. We also have the approach to going with the Eldritch Battery with the Energy Leech nodes. Those two will have to be at the same time, more or less. However, or at least you're going to start with the small one. I don't really have that much energy shield, so I'm going to hold off on that for now. And so basically, the priority I have right now is either auras or the extra damage nodes in zombie right here. So that's basically the scenario I'm in on the tree. And if I still feel that that's fine after I've gotten those damage nodes and I don't feel the need for the auras, I will actually take the travel nodes down here to get some regen, but most importantly, the extra life nodes. So again, the recap for the next act we're going to do in Act 8. resistances, attributes, and just play the tree depending on how I feel with the gear. There's no right or wrong in here. Just go whatever we feel like. And my gear is feeling so good at the moment that I'm just gonna take the travel nodes first, so I don't end up in a problematic situation later. But if I do, then I'll have more options because I've already taken the travel nodes. So it's very likely that I'll just start working my way ass down here now instead of the damage, and we'll see how that feels. And that's about it. And we're closing in on the end of this this playthrough. Let's crack into Act 8 then. All right. Sit down to Chris Wilson this league. I was supposed to have it last league, but they were overrun and they didn't even show up on Bake last because they had too much to do. So we'll see. I talked to Chris the other day and talked about having him on with the new expansion as well. So I'll talk to him and Bex again to see if we can do that, because I think that could be fun.
When I'm ready and not before.
We're painting the new tree. It would be very fun, yeah. That would be very fun. Ooh, this guy's tanky. Fucking resisting and shit. I was gonna do the travel nodes, fuck it. Yeah, it'll be fun to see if we can do anything with it, actually. I'll talk to them, see if we can get something happening. If I've ascended? No, we're gonna ascend in this act as well. We're gonna ascend here as well. It's 3x? What? Oh, Jesus. Oh, I know why. Fucking ward builds and shit, dude. But yeah, we're gonna send both labs in this act as well, or I do it at the end of the act. Another vampiric, Jesus, dude. Six holidays here, 3 days are gonna be for the new league, starting sometime next month. That's nice. But do we know that the league is going to be next month, though? We haven't heard anything when it comes to their scheduling right now, considering how fucked the schedule is at the moment. What's up, honey? You're leaving? Oh, no. When are you coming back? Never? Okay. When are you coming home? Like late night, or? Yeah, but what do you think? Okay. Forget I asked. I hope you have fun. Say hi to Lynn. Get drunk.
I will not.
Yeah, of course you're gonna get drunk. You're gonna be sober? Where's my real girlfriend? Hello?
Oh, little beast. Away!
Real girlfriend, what?
Where is she? Where?
Real girlfriend?
Yeah.
You have one of those? Fuck you.
Why are you not getting drunk? She always gets drunk when she's out with Lynn. Honey. Hi.
Hi.
You look good.
Thank you. No, she's pregnant, so we can drink.
She's pregnant. Yeah, but you can drink, right? Or it's not fun if she's okay. Okay.
I'm gonna go see my real boyfriend now.
It was a joke, honey. Okay. Okay.
Joking back? I'm trying to be
You sounded so mad.
Oh, I'm never mad at you.
You never mad at me?
No,
We both know that's a lie, but okay. Love you. Have a good time. I completely forgot her friend is actually fucking pregnant. I haven't seen her friend in fucking ages. But apparently she's pregnant, so... there might not be much drinking then. Fucking hell. Her best friend is pregnant. My best friend's girlfriend is pregnant. Everyone's getting kids now. It's fucking crazy, dude. And then they keep asking me like, "Oh, GHAZZY, when are you and Hannah gonna get a baby?" And I'm like, "She already has one. Hello? You know, one is enough, right?" If I'm pregnant? Nope, that's just rum. That's just rum. Everybody said they don't chill a lot in our house with the dogs and crib. And it's pretty lovely. Nice. Good afternoon, Nightstand. How you doing, sir? Not kicking? No, no. My rum belly is not kicking. It's singing sea chanties. It's singing sea chanties.
Give it to me quick.
More traveling. Does that mean she drinks for two? No, I'm so used to whenever she goes out with her best friend, she always comes home super fucking wasted. So I was just expecting that. I didn't actually think about the fact that her friend is pregnant. Maybe I should get out of the apartment more often. You know, it's better than rum. More rum. That's true. That is true. That is very true. Now that is facts. Russian New Burger. This reminds me. I actually hope they're gonna play this song on the tour.
How could I?
Such a good fucking song, dude. You changed leagues? What do you mean? When did I change leagues? What's your poison? Depends on what I have at home. Imperial's really good. So Kappa 23-year-old's really nice as well.
When I'm ready and not before.
If I just want some cheap shit, I go for oak carts. Is that a German song? Yeah. It is a German song. By Rammstein. Skins for your character? No. This character has to prove its worth before it gets MTXs. I actually never put MTXs on a character till it's till the build's ready at level 70 plus or something. It's very rare that I put MTXs on before. Wait, the gremlin should be here. Here.
I need more mana.
Talk to Maramoa. I can do that. It's a good fucking song, dude. So users gonna explode even if they don't nerf skeletons, in my opinion. It's just too good. Yeah, of course. Of course it is. So good. Oh, yeah. I've seen them, I don't know, 12, 13 times, something like that. 12 times, I think. I have some of their LPs as well. I want to get all of their LPs. It's nice. It takes a couple of YouTube videos. Oh, I'm gonna post more than a couple of YouTube videos in this actually, because I have this big project where I want to show you guys the progression now between Act 1 and 10, right? Then I'm gonna show you gear progression from the leveling of acts into a low budget. Then I'm gonna show you low budget into medium budget, and then I'm just gonna, you know, let loose of all my constraints, and I will just go fucking bananas on the build, and I'll probably make a mirror helmet for it for fun. Which probably we're gonna lose so much money on it, but we're probably gonna do it. It's gonna be fun. Can't wait. Need to decide which would be the best enchant for first, though. Then we're gonna go ham. Speaking of pirate music. Vol summon skeletons. That would have been money on the league launch, though. I need to finish the acts now, because I'm actually getting fucking hungry, man. I need to order something to eat, dude. Holy shit, I'm starving. Question for you. What is the best way to level secondhand gems? Get items with an implicit increased quality of support gems, and increased quality of gems, socket gems, and benchcraft increased quality of socket support gems, and then you go to Simulacrum or 5 ways or pure Chayula Breachstones, and then you level them that way. Goes really quickly to level them up there that way. Wanna grab a quick snack? Well, that's the problem. I don't have any snacks at home. You see, I had this brilliant plan. I went to bed rather early yesterday after the stream, which I'm really bad at doing normally. So I did that, and the problem is, like, literally 2-3 hours later, I woke up by the fucking construction workers fixing the apartment building I live in. They have a water leak, or had a water leak. So they've had construction workers trying to fix it. The problem is, where this is happening is literally wall to wall to my fucking bedroom. Okay? And that shit, like, oh, dude, it is so painful.
There is nothing else.
Everything they're doing is just echoing through the entire fucking apartment. It's terrible. It's terrible. So I can't sleep.
Welcome to the crew.
Thank you so much, Ras Al Ghul, with the 20 months, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you, sir. Lars Tamper is guess where to go? Follow the carpets. Well, yeah, I don't. It's automatic. I don't really think about it, actually. So yeah, I've only slept a couple of hours, and I didn't sleep much till yesterday either. So it's like, ish. But I'll just go for as long as my body allows me to. I do need to get some food, though. What time did it start? 6:30 or something. 6:30 or 7, I don't remember. Use a theory crafting for the gauntlet. I was curious if you had a guidance or a bare minimum EHP. No, I don't have any theory craft for it. Like, the thing is, the gauntlets are so hard that even if you make the build super tanky, there will always be shit that's gonna kill you. And twist on also invitation tab in the office when we get down. Yeah, sure. Twisted and Elder Slayer, I got you. Twisted Elder Slayer. Oh, they're in my stash already? Yeah, I can move them. Just gotta get there. I have several spare if you need more, by the way. Alright. I got you, dude. I got you, son. My goal with today is to finish this project with Act 1 to 10. And then I think on Sunday, we're going to do the progression into low budgets. We're going to try to space it out a bit. And then we'll play low budget on Sunday. And then we'll, maybe Monday or Tuesday, we move into medium budgets. Probably Tuesday, actually. And then, sorry, Monday, actually. And then Tuesday or Wednesday, we go high. Or start the process, at least. A blueprint. Your base item for this build, armor, energy shield. It will be a lot of energy shield bases. The low budget thrives on allowing me to play with Eldritch Battery with the ES Leech. It is so boring. Doriana's Catalyst prototype, not on low budget, no. I wouldn't say that that would be equivalent for a low budget build. The medium budget will do Doriana's, yes, but not the low budget. I will use the Tabula fucking Rasa, and I will kill any game bosses with the Tabula. And it's a similar gear progression to Mage Skeletons as I will do with this build, because I want to move my minions over to my helmet whenever I can. As soon as we go medium budget, then that's when we go to Oriani's as well. That means a triple modded Insanity helmet. It's the same build as Skeletons? No, it is definitely not the same build. Very different. I'm just saying that the gear progression is similar. They follow the same type of trend when it comes to low into medium. The thing is, this Doriana's prototype is going to make a lot of differences when it comes to the medium budget compared to Skeletons, for example. But the transition of your main skill going from your chest into a helmet is exactly the same. It's just different modifiers. We're not going to use the same. Oh, actually, you can use the same, but it's not optimal. You want to have Essence of Insanity. And Essence of Insanity is so fucking broken for this build. It's insane. It gives you 50% more damage. Or, well, 50% of your entire pool of damage is extra lightning. It's just so crazy with how good that actually is. The fuck? My Zombronis are dying to the dots, man. Hello? Close.
The mirrors are thus
Close, close, close. But no cigar. Close, 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 close. Alright, so now we're done with this. We're gonna go up and kill Lunaris and then kill the bosses. Then we're gonna ascend. We're going to be ascending after that. I mean, the playstyle, everything that I've been doing after Act 6 is basically the same thing. We haven't really changed any plans, anything like that. The only different thing that we're doing now that we didn't do in the previous, since Act 6, is actually the fact that we're going to ascend. That's the only difference. Everything else is exactly the same. So that's basically the big differences when it comes to the progression of this. Which is essentially nothing, right? And I should be speccing into the R node so I can drop Peril of Purity for Wrath to do more damage. But as you might have noticed, I don't need more damage. Like, it's fine. Yes, we are still aggressively using Convocation. I just thought people would have known by now, so I stopped repeating myself about it. But if you feel like you kind of lost track of how you play the build, I can say it again. Basically, you want to get your minions out. As soon as you have your minions, you start this weird thing that I'm sure you might have heard before, and that is when you aggressively convocate your minions on top of packs of enemies. You're welcome. That's super comfy. Oh yeah, you can definitely make it hardcore viable if you want to. The version I'm playing or showing is more of a softcore oriented build, and it only gets tankier with a higher budget. It's designed to surge down bosses hard. A bit easier to get into than the tankier version for newer players. Follow the carpet. Oh, Rox, I was saying aggressively convocating on top of enemies, not next to them, not far away from them, on top of them. You get the +3 minion jam if you grab with essence. You can. It's not as important with this, actually. It is one of the stronger modifiers. The thing is, there are quite a few mods that you would keep. It's the same as influences as it is with the Skelly helmets and Spectre helmet, for that matter. It's literally the same. The mods you want for suffixes would be the essence, hypothermia, and also the socket of spells have crits. And then the prefixes is concentrated effect, minion damage, and +3 to minion gems. That means that a mirror service version would have the suffixes elevated, and you would have 2 out of the 3 prefixes, out of which you want the level of minion gems to be +3, and the other one doesn't matter what level it is. And it doesn't matter if it's conk effect, and it doesn't matter if it's minion damage. Both will do perfectly fine. What does matter, though, is similar to the Skelly helmet, is that you want to have the prefix open, and you will bench craft the plus level of AoE gems in there instead. That's how you do the approach here. All right, you remember the carts? When it comes to the Lunaris Temple, there are 2 flowers here, and there's 1 patch of flowers there. Same thing that as we did with the carts in Act 3, we will go to the one with 1. Restoration is also 19% more damage. It is, but it's not worth it. It's not enough damage, and we don't want Restoration for obvious reasons. The specters we'll be using is charge generating specters. We want to make sure that they are staying alive for as long as possible. We're going to calculate it in PUB as if they only had 1 of each charge, but sometimes you'll have more charges on them, and if that happens, then we don't want that minion to go away. We need to have, and you always make a profit. No, I don't always make profits when I'm crafting. Quite the opposite.
When I'm ready, and not before.
We're gonna be level 58 in a second here. Just to craft it. Oh, the mirror helmet. Oh, I don't know, 1000x maybe. Hopefully less. Hopefully less than 1000. But that's the mirror version, obviously. That's the mirror version. And the only time I would get my currency back on that is if enough people will mirror service it. And since it's not as popular as mage skeletons, I'm not sure that will happen. Maybe we'll get a couple services as best. So I'm not crafting it to make money. I'm crafting it because it's fun. Why don't you do magic recipe for more lightning damage on once? Because more lightning damage will only happen from my cast, not my minions. So why would I bother? If anything, I'm looking for plus level of lightning skills because that would scale my minions damage. My damage is not from my cast, it's from my minions. Awaken spell can get an absolution. That will only apply to your cast, not your minions' casts. Minions can't get to the cascade support. Look at this damage, dudes. Look at this fucking damage.
I need more mana.
Yo. Did my minions really fucking die there? The fuck? Yo. Low. Alright, it's time for us to ascend, dudes. It is time for us to ascend. Ever played a TS build before? I have, yes. I didn't like it. I never liked bow builds in this game. I don't like the playstyle. I don't like the playstyle. Level 58 in Blood Aqueducts, that's a pretty good number. Like Carrion? No, definitely not. It's like a ranged version of Dominating Blow. Not entirely, but close enough, right? Aggressive Convocation. It is a go, boys. What's happening? Do you think Absolution bossing is better than Mage Skeletons or Mage just OP? No, Absolution is way better. Way better. Alright, let me do the recap video. So, we have just reached Act 9, chilling as we progress. The few things in Act 9 that we're going to think about is the exact same thing as Act 6, 7, 8, 9, and also the same in Act 10. Resistance says fix your attributes and just keep going. At this point, now we reached the level where I'm not going to use my currency that much. I will, however, try to use transmutations as well as chance orbs on the Divine Flask now that I'm level 60 soon. We're currently level 58. So I'll be using that currency on Flask, but however, I always make sure that I have currency to use on Benchcraft if I need to upgrade my gear. The other thing we'll be doing is that I've reached the point where I should have no problems running Cruel Lab, smooth and easy, but most importantly, fast. And the reason I wait this long is because I want to make sure that I never have a chance of dying in there. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Lab from Normal Lab and Cruel Lab, and those nodes will be very simple. We're going to start with picking up the minus aggression and then into unnatural strength. We'll ramp up our damage significantly. And then once we've done that, we're going to finish powering through Act 9. Since we can clear so much, even up to yellow tier maps using a freaking 4-link, I'm just going to run into maps as soon as we're done with all the acts. So we're going to ascend, finish Act 9, and we're going to finish Act 10, and then we're going to do maps with this build. All right, so we're going to go into ascending right now. All right, there we go. Let's see what Hannah wrote. Wait for the day.
That would just make life complicated.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest difference in the playstyles, right? Because you can convocate your minions, you benefit so much playstyle-wise compared to Mage Skellies. And then once we start mapping, we're going to start using a Summon Phantasm instead of Spell Echo, most likely. Either that or instead of minion damage, I'm not sure. Like probably Spellhacker will go for Phantasms. Haven't really decided which one I would go for, to be honest.
When I'm ready.
And then you have the aspect that you can actually start using Impulse AG and stuff like that, but I won't talk about that till the medium budget. I'm actually not even going to talk about AG in the early stage either way. So we'll see how it goes. It's pretty chill though. It's always been chill to level like this. Like I'm not even stressing. How much have we played? 4 hours? 4 hours. We're in Act 9. We're about to send. We've been chilling a little bit, right? I haven't really pushed anything hard or anything like that either. It's literally just chill gameplay.
I need more mana.
Just chill gameplay. And this is without leveling gear or anything like that. Transition to Soul Rest? No, I'm gonna stay with Absolution. Gonna stay with Absolution. Name of the song? You don't know this song? But everybody knew this one. Through the Fire and Flames by Dragon Force. Well, 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 well. I heard it a few times. That's fair, that's fair. It's a good song. I wonder how this is gonna sound for on YouTube, because we're gonna upload this entire playthrough unedited on YouTube. Thing is, I don't save music in the VOD, and there's no music in games. They're just gonna hear the in-game sound and my voice. It's gonna be a bit awkward, I guess, but whatever. It's just a way for people to be able to play side by side with what I'm doing and see how I'm playing the build. We're good on Fire Rush. I'm using YouTube? No. Shouldn't even be playing it on Twitch either, for that matter. I know. Fucking DMCA, dude. Spectres up after lab? Nope. I never enabled Spectres till much, much later. Spectres will be enabled when I start mapping, basically, and I get myself a level 20 Spectre gem. I never use Spectres during the campaign. They're way too squishy and they're risk dying way too much. And they just become more of a hassle and more of a nuisance than anything. So I tend to wait with it for quite some time. They're not very important in the early stage of mapping. This build is doing so much damage, it really doesn't matter. Well, most of the gear is found in like before Act 7, right? Right. Necromancer, taking those two for minus aggression, then we go straight back in and get the natural strength.
That would just make life complicated.
Easy peasy though. Easy peasy. Once we're done with this, we're just gonna power through Act 9 and 10. It's gonna go pretty quickly. We're almost done. And this is how most people, I would say, that can keep up a decent pace will level. I know we have people that are like super good at racing, and you know, like Tai, for example. Good lord, that guy's fast. And when I push and I race, I can finish it in like 3 hours or something. I can push that if I want to. That's not a problem. The problem with that though is that it might be hard for new players to follow what I'm doing. And I think that most people just want to have a good time when they're playing it and not stress too much, which is why I'm playing it in the way I am right now. And I hope you guys will enjoy this. It is a little bit longer, and I think it's more reasonable to expect that people will level at this pace rather than expecting some 3-hour push time. I guess we do a full build guide for Dancing Dervish for next league when they fix the tracking. Yeah. No. Dude, I have the gear. I have a full gear set ready and a character ready for it. All they need to do is give me the fucking AI fix. Once the AI is fixed, I will literally have a character that's already geared and ready to make a guide out of it. So all they have to do is... oh, that was tight. All they have to do is just fix the AI, and you can expect me to play it immediately. So it's like, as soon as a patch comes in saying, yo, we fixed the Dancing Dervish AI, it's gonna take me less than an hour to have a character ready for it. I can probably do it in 30 minutes. Like that's how good it is. It's already prepped and ready. Just needed to fix the AI problem with it first. Easy stuff. I mean, I spoke to Viper about it. He's the one who made the AI. And he had some suggested solutions for the AI problems. The problem is, it's apparently up to the publishers when they introduce that. So I don't know when it's going to happen. Or if it's going to happen even. Which is really fucking annoying. Speaking of which, let me send him a message actually. See what he says. I don't know. I've given up on trying to make them fix the slave driver AI, dude. I've given up on that. Literally just given up. I can only nag on GGG staff members for so long before they get fucking annoyed with me, right? And I'm doing everything I can. I only play this character 4.5 hours soon, I think. About 4.5 hours so far, and we're just ascending, and then we have the 2 last acts.
An emperor strikes without hesitation. The emperor will enter
4 hours, 25 minutes. Yeah, it would change if we put meat shield, right? I don't know how it would behave actually with that. Not much win by delaying. Well, the thing is, here's the TLDR on the topic, Takarius. Viper is the one who made the AI. The problem is that Viper's playstyle with the Dancing Dervish made it so that he never experienced the AI problems that everyone else in the entire world is experiencing. So that's the problem. Why am I going in here for? So he has a different playstyle. Basically, the way he plays is that he is letting his minions be in front of him when he's playing. That's not how you speed up your clear speed in this game, which is literally what everyone is doing. You convocate aggressively. The problem is when you convocate aggressively and your minion says fuck you and leaves you, that's not good. That's not good at all. He's playing derbies like hardcore totems. Yes. And that's a problem. Because that means he never experienced the AI problem that everyone else is experiencing, right? And he has a suggested solution. It's just that we need people that play the game. I was about to say normally, but people that play the game in the way that most people do needs to test it, right? And verify if the solution worked. And I did get some background info on the details on the way the targeting system works. The problem he has is that it's proximity-based targeting, which is causing the issues with the AI. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna hit this enemy. It's a proximity-based targeting. Because it's an AoE channel ability now. There we go, dudes. Natural strength. Now we have big dick damage, boys. Let's go.
That would just make life complicated.
We're not even gonna go we're not even gonna go for tabula farming, which is a good suggestion to do if you're new to the game. You could farm for tabula, but in this current league we can get that elsewhere. Because of that though, the DDs don't release the targets, you have to force them out of range to reset, which is why sometimes they try to attack converted monster and monsters outside the rituals. Yep. There's a lot of problems with it. And Shaper, for example, you can have your minions hard lock on Shaper. When I say hard lock, I mean hard lock. So when you're doing the ads phase where you have to run through the area to get back to Shaper, your weapons will try to fly to Shaper. Whilst you're being attacked by, you know, hundreds of monsters on your way to the mini boss. And when you're at the mini boss, your weapons will still try to move to Shaper. So yeah. That should have been fixed in a recent patch. That's good. That's unplayable. There's a reason I'm not playing the build or making a guide for it. I can't even showcase it without it looking terrible. It's a bit of a shame, really. Bit of a shame. All right, we're in the Vestiri Desert. What we need to find is the dagger.
And not before.
The Storm Blade. Hey, life nodes. We're actually kind of done with all the traveling, it seems. So we go for the blade. We kill Shakari because that scorpion's hips don't lie. And then Shakira. And then what we're going to do after that is kill the Basilisk. Drop down the Deprived Trinity. And then we're done with his acts. Oh, we got the feather, of course, and the other one. The other boy.
Reinhardt, dead ahead. You can go.
Oh.
You did.
Have you ever heard?
So have a look at the shield. Shit.
Good luck.
Talk to this. Get the fucking thingy. Head back down. and go to the Oasis. It's been an Absolution high DPS build from this league. Can you give some opinion? I don't do build reviews when I'm streaming Aetherlings. If you have questions about it, you can post it in the build guide that I have on the forums. Type in guides, post it there, and whatever question you have, and either me or Shromi will take a look at it as soon as we can. Many different places there are each skill, and a paid playtest team, maybe 5-10 people trying to cover it all. Yep.
Excuse me, did you know
Sounds
that
about
I
right.
gave you 18 skill points?
18? Holy shit. That's insane. Thank you so much, Rusticoni. I didn't know I could do that. Thank you so much for the app. Heads up, man. I mean, you can see how much life I have, 2.7k, and we're having no problems. This is actually rather low HP, which is more... the problem with this is because we don't have that much life on our gear right now. Found some interesting tricks. Think you can see it's interesting. Yeah, sure. Just post it in the build guide. Craft video, you crap mana for Crusader slamming. Does that block anything? Not before Crusader slamming, no. Before slamming. Normal slam. Crusader slam doesn't get blocks. You can't block on the Crusader slam. It's when you do a regular slam. Because once you have the item Crusader influenced, you'll be in a position where you need to slam it. And I think that in the video I didn't have it Crusader before, so I just showed what you need to do, and then you will slam it. But that's when you do a regular slam, not when you do an Exalt slam, unless I fucked up. It's definitely a risk that might be there. Billiard, it's about... No, Aetherlings, I was saying that if you want to show your POB, since I don't do that on stream, because when I do, everyone just keep asking me to review their builds, right? You can post it in my build guide, in my actual Absolution build guide. You can post it in there, and then either myself or Shumi will take a look at it. And you can do so in there. And to get to the build guide, you can type exclamation guides. And you can post on that forum what you were talking about. And deathcore that time? No, I haven't had the time to do that stimulus. On YouTube? No, my guide forum. And you can get to the forum by typing exclamation guides. The forum guide that I have there. And it's good because I mean if it's a good idea, Aetherlings, then other people can see it there as well. So it'd be really nice if you could post it there. It's always fun to see other people's like their play styles and their versions of my builds. I think that's really fun to see. Because hell, some versions might be better for other people than what I'm playing. My build guys will always be promoted in the way that I would prefer to play them, right? What level are we? 59. Slowly but steadily. Pretty chill league starts Snarry, to be honest. Just in time. People are looking for a build to play in gauntlets. Yes, they are. I'm sorry to say, but
Farewell.
Mage skellies. It's good shit. Yeah, the cats you progress. Do you have items prepared for later? No, I will show everything on stream. I derped in the video. Fuck. Yo, Kaka, could you tell Kikis to make a pinned message from my account?
When I'm ready and not
He can post under my name on YouTube. I'll make a pinned message with a correction, if you don't mind. Because that's bad. Shroomy is going to make a written guide for it as well, actually. Shroomy gonna make a written guide on it. So I managed to derp it. Trying an in-between budget version of just buying Dex, mini damage, random useful suffix ring with 2 open previous and just Crusader Slam craft ES if it hits. That's fair, that's fair. We are going to grab some damage nodes now, boys. Damage! And then we go for the aura nodes, and then I can stop using fucking Herald Purity right now. I don't really need it, and we can go for the damage nodes instead. What is this build? This is how you level pretty much any minion build in the game right now. But I will continue using the ability that I'm leveling with, which is Absolution. I will continue to use that and play an action Absolution build. But this is essentially how you level any minion build in the game right now. It is super good. Da, 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 da. Next. Well, you can't calculate the DPS accurately, Aetherlings. Keep that in mind. Basically, the TLDR is this. On a low budget, you'll expect to have about 3 times more DPS than what PUB is saying. On a medium budget, you can expect about 5 up to 8 times the DPS that PUB is telling you. On a high budget version, it actually escalates even harder than that. And you can expect to do between 8 and 10 times the DPS that PUB is showing, which is absolutely disgusting. So, for example, the mirror tier version that I made, when you configure that correctly for single target with the unnerve and everything and the AG, you actually end up having PUB saying that you're doing 61 million Shaper DPS, when in reality, the DPS is closer to 400 to 500 million Shaper DPS with all 3 Absolution minions out. Obviously, you would need all 3 minions out for that DPS to be accurate, but it also means that 1 minion can 3-shot Cirrus, which is absolutely insane. So if you have a PUB with 90 million Shaper DPS and that's correctly designed and configured, you can expect that if that's a mirror tier version, which I would assume it is, you can expect the DPS to be like 700 million Shaper DPS with all 3 minions out. If it's correctly set, that is. Absolution is currently the biggest damage you can have for single targets, that I know of at least. absolutely disgusting how good it can be. Problem is that with that much damage, you lose out on a lot of defensive capabilities, which is why I prefer to make a tanker, because the damage is already so obnoxious on it. If you have 90 million shape aethering, you have one of your absolution minions, if it's correctly designed, that is. One absolution minion should be able to two-shot Cirrus. That fucking hurts. Three absolutions was counted. Yeah, well, I'm saying that when you have that EPS, if you get one minion out, that's your 2, maybe 3-shot Cirrus. Because you're gonna do way more than PUB is telling you. Way more. It's massive. Greetings, Animal. How you doing, man? Thinks there are some crazy accuracy stacking circus, 1.2 billion out there. True. Include for expected DPS with a tank is variant of the build. 400 million. About 400. It actually depends a lot on how the helmet outcome will be. It might be 350. But it's still way more DPS than you'll ever need. It will do more damage than the Meixsell build will actually ever be able to do. But it will also be fucking tanky. That's why I'm actually going for the melding strat and going super tanky with it, because we don't need that much damage. There's no reason to need that much damage. Makes no sense. That's why I went from 240 million on the Meixsell and brought it down to 100 million just to get tanky. And I can barely die. Okay, so the lightning dots will kill you. That's true. Because that version will use Dorianis. So yeah, lightning dots will fucking destroy you. Doesn't matter what you do. You're gonna die to that. That is true. That is very true. Thanks for correcting me, boys. Just don't get hit. I mean, that is the solution. When you have that much damage, you're gonna kill everything in 2 shots anyways. Like Uberelder that has phased sequences, and Shaper, for example, with phased sequences, he actually will shoot the beam, which you can dodge, that's easy. Baron, same thing. The problem with Baron is that when you're clearing, you might get an unfortunate square of Baron shit on the ground in a place where you have to walk through. Now that's a problem, right? That's a big problem. Shaper shouldn't be a problem though. Just don't stand in the fucking beam. And you still have like at least half a second to react. Just one shot? Oh yeah, for sure. It's more about the Baron mapping can be a bit annoying. But yeah, they all should die before they cast. That's why it's so crazy with the amount of damage you can pull from this build. It's disgusting, really. Million damage in game, but I saw some more stacker close. Yeah, of course. Back in Harvest, we made a Spectre build do 517 million Shaper DPS, and with an Aura bot next to us, we did 2.4 billion Shaper DPS. It's pretty funny, because I was talking to Crouching Tuna when we did that, and then we try to compare the DPS that build would do compared to a 0 HP Deep Delver. Now, the Spectre build I made could do everything in the game, and we even tried a 6,000 depth delve with it as well, and actually managed to do it. It was pretty crazy. But Crouching Tuna's deep delving 0 HP build with an Aura bot did over 4 billion Shaper DPS. It couldn't do maps like my build, but it did almost twice as much damage. It was so crazy, dude. So fucking crazy. Absolutely insane, really. So I couldn't beat that. I did my best trying to make the build beat it. I would have beaten it with the Syndicate Operatives though. We didn't use that back then. We actually used the Redemption Sentries. Alright, so the progression, like, I'm not really talking about what I'm doing in game that much right now, and that's because there really isn't much to say. I'm doing the exact same thing I've done for the past few acts. There's nothing changing. I'm convocating aggressively. That's it. There's no gameplay change. There's no There's no changes to the way I behave with the build. There's literally nothing I'm specifically looking for other than dexterity and better resistances, essentially. So it's like my nodes, okay, I'm getting some damage now. That's it. So it's like there's not much happening. I'm doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. It's just 2 more acts, and then we're gonna do the exact same thing in the maps. This build is essentially at the point where you're not gonna see much of a change in playstyle. I do need to cap my rest, but I'm still wearing item level 42 boots, 42 fucking gloves, item level 14 belts, J damage from 27, 45, 38, 26, 45, 13. Like, we're using absolute trash gear. And that's what makes this build so crazy. That's why it's so good to level with for minion builds. We don't have much on us. Like, for example, this right now, I have 3 minions. I can literally just lean back and they will die. And that's it. Which is pretty crazy. And that's it. Granted, my HP is rather low, which is because my gear is so bad right now in comparison. I don't even have an instant roll life plus, do I? No, but I do have bleed removal at least. And I mean, I got some essences. I can use them on gear pieces to try to get something better, but I don't really need better gear. I'm close enough on the cap for the most part, except for lightning, which is the only big troublesome damage I will take. But because I have a 4-link and the Absolution, which is more than enough to do this type of content, that's not a problem either. Like, this guy has the highest probability of killing me right now. And you see how fast he's dying? It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. The best eater worlds implicit. Life region. There really isn't any big ones that you would go for, so I just use life region. Doesn't do much, but it's better than nothing.
I need more mana.
Oh, I'm out of mana flask. I think I overused the mana flask there. That's not good. Not that it matters. I mean, it's like another set of Wanderlust. All right. Boys, we have just reached Act 10 and we have ascended, which we did before we started Act 9. And it's the same thing ever since Act 6. It's just checking stats, just checking resistances, and doing the same thing again. Get your minions sorted and aggressively convocate. That's all there is to it. There is nothing that changes. And it's the same type of playstyle when we are done with the acts to do this. Exactly the same playstyle. There's no changes. You just get your minions out and you convocate aggressively and you go ham. And basically the next progression is to look at going from your act leveling gear to low budget gearing. So a quick run through for my gear. This is my weapon. It's an item level 13. This is my helmet, item level 26, item level 45, item level 42, 14, 42, 38, 57, and 45. It's like, actually item level 32, sorry. It's like the gear I have is mostly from the mid-range acts. Some pieces are even from Act 2 still that I'm using because I don't need them. And if I ever needed resistances, I could always drop away the Herald of Purity and run Purity of Elements instead. And that would make it easier for me to actually focus on gear pieces that had more HP. Because the only thing bad right now is my lightning rest is not capped. And my life is a little bit low for where I'm at. I even didn't stop to level in Blood Aqueducts. So I'm level 61 in a level 64 area. And we're just steamrolling through the content. And you can do this because you're playing in softcore, and therefore it's okay to die. And I haven't died in a long time. I only died a few times in the early stage, right? Playing a bit recklessly, but we haven't focused on pushing and going super fast. We've been showing you guys a smooth and comfortable way of playing the game where you don't have to stress, and it's just going to carry you all the way. And this is how you level any minion build that is a witch in the current state of the game. All right, I'm just going to go through this, and we'll be back with a final outro when I'm done with the Act 10. Catch you then. Okay. I'm just making some marks. We're gonna upload a TLDR recap. It was a great run. It's kind of chill. Thank you so much, Fraser, for the 7 months.
Thanks for the awesome builds.
It's my pleasure,
Love
dude.
the minion way of Poe.
Thanks so much, dude. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And leave PUB in the comments on Vault. Yeah, if you don't mind, I would appreciate that. I'd appreciate that. And like, leave a comment with like describing what the stuff you had in mind.
Just in time.
Would be nice. What makes you vulnerable to lightning damage compared to other damage types at the enemy high budget? Doriani's prototype. It makes it so that enemies have the same lightning rest that you have. So you want to have as much negative lightning rest as possible. It also makes it so that lightning damage taken from hits is mitigated by your armor instead of lightning rest. This means that you are safe versus lightning hits, but you're not safe versus lightning dots. And there are very few lightning dots in the game. Shaper Beam, Shaper Balls do a little bit of lightning damage. Elder Guardian with the lightning does the lightning damage. And you also take lightning damage from Baron, the Conqueror. There's like a couple of other small minions that does it as well. But for the most part, those are the only ones you need to worry about. And all of which are dodgeable and avoidable. It's just that you have to dodge them. You can't tank them with that build. They will melt your character so fast. How are you today? I'm doing good, dude. I'm doing good. How are you doing, sir? Thanks for the explanation. Anytime, man. Anytime. Like I keep telling everybody that if you have any questions, just fire away and I'll do my best to answer them, as always. Your wall is moved with unaffected by shock ground. Help with Dorianis. Shock ground is only giving you a shock debuff. That doesn't do lightning dots on you. So no, it does not do anything. It's a good idea though, but that's not how it works. It's not how it works. Finish your work and great. Awesome, dude. There's lightning degens, correct. And there are very few mechanics of them. That's why a lot of people don't really think about it. Because there's so few of them. And I'm not sure if people know that Shaper Beam does a lightning and cold damage dot with penetration. Of both elements. Greyburn removes the kill credit from minions players near you, like play yourself, and AG would kill it. If the AG is near the killing blow and he's using Grapevine, it would count as him doing the killing blow. So no, you don't get the kill credits if you're looking for like life recovery on kill or something like that. Kind of depends on which mechanic you're referring to.
I need more mana.
They look pretty cool though. Checking outside stream. Yeah, either myself or Shroomy will look at it after the stream, yes. When EE Scepter be best, if you can get the elemental exposure jewel as well. No, because the Doriani's prototype hard locks the enemy's resistances to be at a certain level, right? Therefore, having things that lowers the enemy's resistances will not do anything. You can have curses making the enemy's resistances minus 1,000,000%. And that's not going to do anything because your Doriani's prototype will just make the nearby enemy have the same amount of resistances that you have on lightning rest. Going Doriani's only on the medium budget and the high budget, yes, but the low budget does not do this. It does not do this.
Now time and tide.
Aha!
Bannon, you return. Remember, we do this in innocence.
All right, we're moving on. We're going to spec that. We get another zombie. We go back to this place and backtrack. The skeleton necromancer, nope. But you can level this with the next skelly mage build. Levels like this as well. Everything I'm doing right now is what I would do with a mage skelly build, and I did this in the league launch as well. So I've already done this league already. The range of the nearby, nobody knows. Nobody knows. I mean, you can guess. I guess you can test it in PvP. I guess. I think it's like 40 units or something. Spectres. I'll be using 3 Spectres with this build, which means that, well, in the low budget uses 3 as well because of level of gem restrictions. And I'll be using 1 Carnage Chieftain and 1 Host Chieftain and 1 Primal Rex Matriarch. The reason I'll be using a Primal Rex Matriarch is because they provide a debuff that makes enemies take 50% increased lightning damage. I never calculate that debuff in PUB, but it's there. So you're gonna do shitload more damage than what PUB is telling you, because it's not 100% uptime, so I refuse to include it in the calculation. Oh Jesus, almost died there. So I refuse to use it in the PUB calculation because it would be inflating my DPS numbers, and I don't want to do that. That's why I keep telling people that in most of my PUBs you will always do more damage than what the PUB is telling you that you'll be doing, because I try to keep things realistic, as realistic as I can when I make PUBs. Too many content creators in this community, or in the PUB community, are making build guides where they're inflating their DPS to make their PUB look better than they actually are. If I say that my build is doing 100 million Shaper DPS, you can be sure as fuck, be guaranteed that it is doing 100 million Shaper DPS. If I say it's doing 5 million, you can be sure as fuck know that you're doing at least 5 million with that build. And I think that's rather important. Accurate, reliable information. Nearby is different sources, correct. They don't really have any set values for that, which is so stupid. But, you know, it is what it is. And they are visible? Yes, some are, yes. Some are visible. Not all. But nearby is not, it's not the same for all versions, sure. It doesn't matter if the nearby is visible for one mechanic when another mechanic has a different one. For example, Victoria's Flight has the same approach as Aura's. Death's Oath nearby is smaller. So you don't have accurate information on it. We don't know. The only way to verify is literally to the only way to verify is to test it out in PvP or something, and that's not always doable. Natural Instinct, GG, dude. How much are they worth nowadays? I might actually be buying one for this build for the high budget later. Lowers the rest down to negative, or does it stop at 0 even though yours is below 0? No. If you have negative resistances, the enemies will also have negative resistances. 80 shacks, Jesus. That's actually pretty good though. So the cap is actually minus 200. You can't bring your own resistances down below minus 200. So that's the lowest you can do with Orianis. It's not really worth pushing. Like 150 or lower is usually where you stop. I think my mirror version will be having like 170 or something. It's like I said before, there's a point where damage, you're gonna have more damage than you'll ever need, so it's not worth going for more. And that's basically where we're gonna land on that build as well. Thank you so much, Haron, for the 7 months in a row with a tier 1 sub. I very much appreciate the support, dude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, dude. I already have Absolution Mirror. Nope. I'll be doing it on stream. I'll show you all of everything. But I'm gonna start. Oh, I'm dead. I'm gonna show you the low budget and medium budget first. And I will craft everything or buy everything myself. You will see the entire progression. I'll make videos of it. Everything I'll do with this build, you will be able to see live on stream. Everything. Dude, I am starving. I need to order some food. Holy shit. Actually need to eat. What's up, Ice Curl? Hey, dude, sir. This is why I need an instant life flask. Actually, the only reason I died there was because I don't have an instant life flask. That kind of shows how important that is. And I've been kind of slacking because I have a shitload of transmutation and I haven't rolled any flask. And for some reason, I haven't picked up the movement speed craft here. Or accuracy, sorry.
Welcome.
Interesting. Thank you very much. You're pathogenic with the tier 1 sub for 5 months, dude. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you.
When I'm ready and not before.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you, dude. Next. I'm doing alright, dude. I barely got any sleep because of the fucking construction workers again, so I'm a little bit exhausted, but we're powering through. We are powering through. We're actually at the end of this run right now. How much have I played? 5 hours? So just over 5 hours to do a pretty chill run without pushing. Solo self-found, league starts environment. And I think that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, you can cut out maybe 1 to 2 hours if you really push it. Why is my phone on sound? Stop. So you can do it in 3.5 hours ish if you really push it. This is with all the skill points and also with all the skill points and 2 labs done as well. So, I mean, that's pretty good, I'd say. We're going to upload this entire session up to YouTube, and then Kikis will take the TLDR recaps, and he will make a TLDR video later as well. But this entire session that we just done, we're going to be uploading this unedited on YouTube. So basically the entire fucking stream will be up on YouTube. So if you guys want to play this or you want to level a minion build, just smack this up on your other screen and you can use this and level next to it. That's it, Dervish issue. I wrote a message to Viper like half an hour ago asking for an update on it, but I haven't heard anything.
Hello again, local.
So no update yet. I will keep you guys posted as soon as I know more. Oh yeah. Sad? Yeah, I know, right? I was supposed to get another call from my landlords about the construction workers because they are fucking over my sleep so badly now for 2 fucking weeks. And I still haven't heard back from them. They said they was gonna call me, but nothing. Just nothing. New players usually go to maps to 10 to 12 hours. I think they take longer than that, actually. But either way, it doesn't matter. I think that having something like this that doesn't show someone that is racing it. Oh, powerful crits. That actually hurt. Holy shit, dude. First pack being that. That's kind of sad. So, I mean, having something like this that shows you a more realistic approach to what I think most people would encounter, I think that's a really nice thing to do. Hope you guys will have used it. So all of this time invested in doing this is not going to be fucking wasted.
Excuse me, did you know that I can save you 18 skill points?
There we go. Played 5 hours, 5 minutes. Sack 10 Kitava. Chill run. Super slow, to be honest. But I mean, it's like I said before, I think this is rather fast for the majority of the people playing the game. I genuinely believe this is actually pretty fast for most people, and showing how to do this in a comfortable and smooth way. So I hope you guys will have used this. I used all my fucking flasks. That's pretty stupid. I only have 2. He's gonna do the fucking long ass fucking sequence. Now I'm gonna lose the minions. Deaths? Yeah, deaths only matters in fucking hardcore. It's fine. And last heart face. Last heart face, boys. That's it. That is it. GG. Alright, let's make the last one. Alright, so 5 hours, 7 minutes, chill run, without pushing, super smooth. This is how you level a summoner build as a witch in the game from Act 1 to Act 10 Kitava. Most of our gear comes from Act 4, 5, 6, 7. That's where the most of our gear comes from. So basically, this TLDR recap that you might be watching, there's going to be a link in the description below to the full playthrough if you want to check that out. And basically, the next progression from here is that we're just going to go into mapping. And once we start mapping, the process is that we're going to be starting out with showing you guys how to gear progress from where you are now into your low budget set. And the first important thing is the 6-link, which we're going to go for a Tabula Rasa. You have 2 options there, like going for something like farming the cards in Blood Aqueducts. We have access to unique items from the Arch Nemesis. That's actually very easy to farm in the lower level areas on a lower level characters. So you can actually very easily do that as well if you want to force out a Tabulas, and they're pretty cheap now as well. So basically, I will be playing with the Tabula in the next session. And I'm going to show you the progression of your character in a super low budget state. And we're going to talk about the certain items you want to upgrade to get the build running into the early, mid-range, and the early high tier maps as well, such as nibbling on the red tier maps, which does include the idea of getting watchstones. Now, the watchstones you get from certain specific in-game fights, right? So I'm going to talk about how you can get the build up to the point where they can handle those fights. And we're also going to be talking about currency making strategies with the build in this specific state. And then after that, we'll talk about the gear progression once you've started going into currency making farms, into making the build going from low budget into an actual medium budget state as well. So hope you guys stay tuned for that. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe for more content. And I hope you guys enjoyed this little project of ours that we're doing the entire play with me session, if you want to, whatever you want to call it. Anyways. Till next time, as always, stay safe, keep rocking.